Honorable Chief Guest, His Excellency Tahir Salim Al-Amri, Executive President, Central Bank of Oman, His Excellency Abdullah bin Saud Al-Anazi, Ambassador of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to the Sultanate, His Excellency Sheikh Salim bin Mustahil Al-Ma'shani, and distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. We welcome you to the 2022 edition of the New Age Banking Summit, supported by Oman Banks Association and Oman Banking and Finance Awards. In the summit today, we will discuss banking and the larger financial services industry in the highly digital and disruptive age. Together, we will explore trends, innovation, and tech solutions which are bringing a new paradigm to the industry. The summit brings together the industry captains, senior technology leaders, and experts to share insights on a new market developments and debate on the focus areas for Omani financial institutions. During the day, we are also going to present Oman Banking and Finance Award. In addition, after the lunch break, we have lined a workshop on the topic ESG adoption in PFSI sector. It will be conducted by Mr. Imad Al-Fadil, founder and managing partner of ESG Integrate UAE. I would like to thank our valued partners and sponsors, Oman Banks Association, GBM, Cisco, Bank Nizwa, Suhar International, Ahli Bank, Ahli Islamic, Ta'jir Finance, Oman Data Park, Global ITS, National Life and General Insurance, United Securities, United GCC Fund, U Capital, ESG Integrate, UMS Digital, Alam Al-Iqtisad, OER, and OERlive.com for their support. So thank you all. To begin the proceedings, we now invite Mr. Atulya Sharma, CEO of United Media Services, to deliver the welcome address.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the New Age Banking Summit and Oman Banking and Finance Awards 2022. It's actually great to see such a large audience without their masks. So I think this truly heralds the COVID being behind us. Actually, I must confess it was difficult to recognize some people without their masks because we've got so used to seeing everybody with their masks on. So Alhamdulillah, it seems that the COVID is behind us. Monkeypox or whatever pox notwithstanding, inshallah, we'll be good. And on this auspicious note, I would like to welcome our chief guest, His Excellency Tahir bin Salim Al-Amri, Executive President, Central Bank of Oman, for gracing the event today. I also extend a very warm welcome to His Excellency Abdullah bin Saud Al-Anazi, the Ambassador of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to the Sultanate, and His Excellency Sheikh Salim bin Mustahil Al-Ma'shani. This year marks the 7th edition of the New Age Banking Summit in Oman, and we are grateful to all of you, our partners, sponsors, and speakers for your constant support in making this event as successful as it has become. Ladies and gentlemen, as we look back upon history, we have had many watershed moments. Generally, they become apparent in hindsight. But for the banking industry, the pandemic is a demarcation point which we can see and experience in real time. In the pandemic phase, undoubtedly, the banks have become more proactive and started to transform far more rapidly and radically than possibly that they would have supposed themselves. They have moved ahead on the path of becoming digitally fluent by embracing new technologies and introducing new business processes and operations and developing new products and services in keeping with the COVID protocols and the compulsions that came with that. And most importantly, I think all banks have been able to push this culture of digital first in their organizations. So having said that, does it mean everything is hunky-dory? Not really. Just to give you an example, according to a recent global a survey done by Capgemini, 75% of customers surveyed said they are attracted to fintechs, the new agile competitors of banks, as they offer fast, easy-to-use services and at lower costs. 48 to 49% of the respondents actually said that they do not feel that they are emotionally connected to the banking relationship that they have with their bank, and they feel less connected with the bank. And some 52% said that banking is not fun. So this is the extent of disruption that has happened, and it is steadily increasing. Of course, that gives regulators and the bankers in this room a lot to think about. So today's customer is generally seeking a seamless, automated, and omni-channel experience without wasting any time. To enable this, banks across the Middle East are introducing a lot of digitally complex processes and end-to-end customer journeys across the front, middle, and back offices. Oman, for sure, is progressing fast on this path of digital transformation. Some of the recent initiatives include the launch of the FinTech Regulatory Sandbox, or the FRS, by the Central Bank of Oman, the launch of Mala, the Oman's Credit and Financial Investment Center, the Payment Service Provider License, of course, also a USD 100 million FinTech program launched by Bank Muscat. So there's a lot of transformations that are happening as we speak. But we have to bear in mind that there is a broad range of FinTech applications for loans, payments, investing, wealth management, and other services. For example, and His Excellency will bear me out, in Saudi Arabia, they have licenses for account information services, bank account aggregators, micro-lending, and open banking. And I'm sure Oman will be offering these FinTech licenses soon too, and truly move towards the BAAP, or Banking as a Platform model, which allows third-party FinTech developers to build products and services on behalf of the bank's customers. In the New Age Banking Summit today, our domain experts will share knowledge and deliberate on how Oman could remain ahead of the curve and manage the change. During the day, we are also going to felicitate select financial institutions, tech companies, and industry leaders for their unique achievements through the Oman Banking and Finance Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, as part of our constant endeavor to provide a constructive platform for meaningful interactions amongst the banking and fintech industry, we are delighted to introduce our second event in the banking and finance sector after successfully holding the New Age Banking Summit for 7 years. The new event is titled the Alam Al-Iqtisad Islamic Banking and Finance Summit, which should be happening in the later part of the year. It will showcase, explore, and assert the various fundamental and progressive developments within the Islamic banking sector. And of course, we will have the Alam Al-Iqtisad Islamic Banking and Finance Awards co-located with the event. And we are indeed grateful to His Excellency Tahir Al-Amri for his patronage for that event also. Thank you, sir. We must compliment the banks in Oman for successfully supporting individuals, SMEs, and large organizations during the pandemic through easing credit conditions and other fiscal measures. Now the need and challenge is for banks to sustainably transition to the post-COVID economy. Ladies and gentlemen, on this note, I would like to leave the stage for the experts to take this summit forward. Thank you for being a valuable part of this summit, and I encourage you to make the most of the day-long discourse designed to help you share your perspectives, interact with subject matter experts, and learn from the industry leaders. Thank you for attending and supporting the event. Have a great one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Atulya Sharma, for this speech. We now invite our chief guest, His Excellency Tahir Salim Al-Amri, on stage to deliver the keynote address. So please welcome.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Your Excellency Sheikh Salim bin Mustahil al-Ma'ashani, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is a great pleasure for me to be here today and to be part of the 7th edition of the New Age Banking Summit. And I would like to extend my appreciation to UMS and the organizers for arranging this timely event on the future of banking and financial services, and for kindly inviting me to address this forum. Banking and financial services have been evolving at a rapid pace over the last few decades. Shifts in consumer behavior, changes in economy, renewed focus on climate change and ESG, and progress in information technology have been at the core of this evolution. In particular, advancement in digital technology during the past few years have not only changed the way we interact with each other, but it also has transformed the way financial services are produced and delivered. The financial system in Oman and elsewhere is swiftly moving ahead on the digital highways. The recent pandemic has accelerated this digital shift, and the changes that have been realized during the few years have taken place a lot faster than what was anticipated. The changes have been particularly rapid in the payment and settlement systems, which primarily comprised paper-based checks besides cash until 2003. Since then, electronic fund transfer strategy was unfolded in 2003. Between 2005 and 2010, various components of the national payment system infrastructure were implemented that included real-time gross settlement system, the RTGS, electronic check clearing system, and Oman Net Switch. Between 2011 and 2017, point of sale or POS switching, payment gateway for e-commerce, mobile payment clearing and switching system, or the MP Clear, and automated clearing house for small value transactions, the ACH, were implemented. In terms of governance, the National Payment System Law was issued in 2018, while its executive regulation was issued in 2019 to firm up the legal backing of the payment system operation in Oman. We are also targeting the new banking law to be approved and issued very soon, inshallah. The new law reckons accredited international standards and best central banking practices. It will additionally empower CBO to accommodate the evolving needs of the financial industry. Over the years, all these initiatives have transformed the payment system landscape in Oman. Therefore, let me share with you a couple of examples to showcase the quantum of changes during the last few years. During the last 4 years, the POS transactions increased from 24 million transactions per year to 115 million. That is an increase of almost 500%. Similarly, e-commerce transactions increased from 300,000 transactions in 2017 to about 32 million in 2021. Unsurprisingly, the digital push comes from the private sector. However, as the custodian of a large part of the financial sector, we have the responsibility and the privilege of facilitating this process. Our recent steps in this regard include a fintech regulatory sandbox to fast-track the rollout of fintech solutions. We also have task force to study central bank digital currencies, digital banking, and other digital innovations. We are also working on open banking API and digital onboarding. We work together and very closely with our stakeholders, like the CMA and the banks, and we also work with the CMA on new technologies like the virtual assets and the crowdfunding. But ladies and gentlemen, let me also emphasize that the digital transformation is not without challenges. One of the most important challenges that accompanies the growing digitalization is the cybersecurity. Cyber attacks may not only cause financial losses, but they may also shake the trust of customers in the digital financial services, or even the entire financial sector. To preserve the consumer confidence, we need to continue to invest in the cybersecurity technologies and, more importantly, invest in people to be able to develop, retain, and upgrade the talent that is equipped to deal with cyber challenges. Another challenge is speed. Speed of rollout of regulation, speed of licensing, speed of adoption, speed of action, and speed of reaction. Mainly, of course, speed refers to the regulators and licensing mechanism. Tackling this challenge is not easy, but it is at the forefront and the top of the CBO team's agenda, and it's definitely on the top of my agenda. I would like to wrap up my comments with two messages. Climbing the technology ladder should not be our ultimate goal. We should rather see it as a means to make a difference by improving the financial inclusion, enhancing user experience, increasing efficiency of the services, and providing a safe and robust financial system that can support the needs of our economy and our people. Two, besides digital transformation, we should also be cognizant of other emerging trends. For example, we should consider the environmental, human-centric, and ethical, social, and governance impact, the ESG, of our actions, and strive to go for green solutions that are in line with our obligations and true purpose. I would also reiterate commitment to support financial innovation and modernization of the financial industry in all aspects, while ensuring the stability and soundness of the financial system. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to the productive discussions during the rest of the event. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for the insightful speech. We now invite on stage Mr. Ali Hassan Musa, CEO of Oman Banks Association, to address the audience. Please welcome.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everyone. It is indeed a pleasure to be here, and thank you to the organizers and the invitation to deliver a short speech. This morning, I would like to briefly talk about a few things, focusing on the customer. Everything that we do in the banking industry, in the technology world, really revolves around the customer. So the customer and the bank have a relationship, and the relationship is based on two things: on needs and on emotions, on feelings. And it's really important to address both. So why do a lot of people hate banks? That's a very strong statement, unfair perhaps. You may argue against it, but that's a perception. A lot of people actually do not like banks. They deal with banks because they have to, they have a need. However, we need to address the emotions, the feelings. We need to make sure that the customers, when they actually deal with the bank, they are happy customers. That's our ultimate objective. So how can we change it? Using technology and advances. Any interaction with the bank, any process, in my view, needs to be fun, as Mr. Sharma mentioned. Banks and fun do not necessarily go hand in hand, but it really needs to be fun, needs to be frictionless, needs to be rewarding, needs to be personal, needs to be fast, responsive, accurate, and needs to match the customer's lifestyle. We do have different segments in society. We have the retired, the elders, we have Generation X, we have the millennials, we have Generation Z. Each one has different lifestyle. And the banking sector and the technological advances need to cater for different segments, for different needs, even on a personal level. Here's an example. Sampath Bank in Sri Lanka. actually is awarded, and they are proud to advertise, they're awarded the most loved bank. Now here's an idea for the organizers, for categories. When you, when you have categories, is to have the most loved bank. Why not? The Sampath Bank, many years back, was the first bank in Sri Lanka to introduce ATMs back in the 80s. Last year, they actually introduced ATMs, contactless ATMs. I'm not talking about cardless, contactless. You do not touch the ATM. So you go to the ATM, you scan it, you scan the unique QR code, you enter through your device the PIN, authentication, the amount, and the ATM dispenses the cash. So if you do not want to use or touch the ATM, you can do that. Actually, the first bank who did that before Sampath Bank was BBVA, a couple of years back when the pandemic started. BBVA, again, is Bank Bilbao Vizcaya Argentania. I hope I pronounced it correct, is one of the leader in technological or banking technology advances. Talking about Spanish bank, AXA Bank in Spain, a small savings bank, was the first bank in the world to actually introduce facial recognition ATMs 3 years back. So why do banks, or how do banks get it wrong? We need to go back to basics. Technology comes at the third stage. First, we have to have the right people with the mindset. We need to have customer champions at every department in the bank. We need to have processes, the right efficient, effective processes, and then we automate. The worst thing organizations do actually automate inefficient processes or existing processes. I'll give you a couple of personal examples without mentioning the banks. A bank wanted to deliver a credit card to me, a local bank, and they wanted to surprise me so I don't have to go to the branch. They want to do the extra mile. So they deliver the card through a courier service. They didn't call me, they didn't ask me if I want to come to the branch or where the delivery should take place. They assumed that the address that is registered in the bank is the delivery address. Now, the address registered in the bank is my home address. Most of the day, I'm at work. So 3 days it took for me and the driver of the courier service to agree a time and a delivery. We became best friends over 3 days because every time I call him, I tell him, look, I'm at work. He says, لا أستاذ أنا في الخوض. When I'm home in Adeba, he says, no, I'm not available. When he goes to Adeba, I am at work. So, and he only wants to deliver it where the bank told him to deliver. So this is a process that has gone wrong. Another example is, again, where I have a card, I want to activate that card. I was told to call the call center. When I call the call center to get it activated, I am asked to give a number of the debit card. There are two different products. I do not have the debit card. So actually that card cannot be activated because I don't have another product. So they told me to go and apply for another card to get this activated. Completely wrong. Again, there are many examples where banks actually do not look at the process end to end, and sometimes they just automate the processes. A good example is where I do not have a bank account in the UK. So I, Ali, do not have an account in the UK. However, I have money saved in a folder at a new bank in England. So in the UK, there are around 30 or more than 30 licensed virtual banks, new banks. I have money in a folder. How is that so? When my daughter went to study in the UK, she opened an account in a virtual bank, digital onboarding. When I sent her some money, and I told her, keep this money aside, it's for me when I come and visit you or for emergency use, but do not mix it with your money. She says, do not worry, Baba, I will do a folder for you and I will transfer your money in that folder. This is without going back to the bank. She can do this through her device. So she can open folders, she can manage her finances using such technology without the need to go back to the bank. This is a good example of technology and how you make customers happy. Now, when it comes to customer happiness using technology, I would like to focus or prioritize perhaps three things: digital onboarding, on payments, and on open banking. So when we talk about digital onboarding, it's complex. It's not easy. It's achievable. We are working on it, as His Excellency mentioned. The central bank is working on it. Light KYC is coming up very soon in the banking system. However, these processes are complex, require a lot of work. There are many parties to it, even legal issues. But we need to address, when we talk about digital onboarding, we need to address all of these. We need to have KYC compliance, real-time ID verification, selfie capture and verification, device verification, facial and fingerprints, omni-channel integration, interactive forms, e-signature, which require also a legal framework, and instant approvals. When you address all of these processes, then you really have digital onboarding and full eKYC. So I hope that we will progress fast enough to reach and address all of these processes. The second is on instant payments. Now, instant payments need to be 24/7. The process of payment needs to be completed in seconds. Real-time notifications, easy interface, available from any device, and merchant integration. Now, to reach the full potential of instant payments, we need to have tokenization, something that we do not have right now, but it's coming up, inshallah, soon. That's when we were able to use Google Pay or Apple Pay. But that's really important that we address all of these and we have tokenization as well to reach the full potential of instant payments and make customers happy. The third thing is really on open banking. Now, customers expect seamless integration between devices, channels, and services, a good API, application programming interface strategy, help bank create first-class experience and enhance revenue. One example that I gave some time ago, again, was on BBVA, when they offered current and saving accounts through Google in the US. So imagine the market that they have opened up using open banking, where Google offers accounts, but they're powered by BBVA. Huge, huge market share. Open banking promotes the value chain, I believe, in the financial services industry. It creates jobs, because now you're not only using the bank, you're using third-party platforms, you're creating jobs, you're creating companies, investment opportunities, and advances financial inclusion. I'm a firm believer that it has a strong cycle in the economy when it reaches its full potential. So let's see what's happening in the region. In Bahrain, fairly advanced in the region when it comes to open banking. 2 years ago, the Bahrain Central Bank launched its first phase of open banking. Last year in September, the launch of the second phase, which is to be ready by end of next month, and it will include transactions in the second phase, such as payment services, local and international, future and batch payments. In the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, this year is expected to be a breakout year for open banking. We're going to see an influx of fintech and open banking applications, inshallah. 2 months back, the central bank, SAMA, signed off 3 open banking fintech in the regulatory sandbox, bringing the total number at the time to 35 companies, fintech companies in the sandbox. Across the border in the UAE, 10 days back, the Dubai Financial Services Authority licensed the first open banking platform company. Open banking platform is basically like middleware. Remember the middleware that connects your core banking to other systems? So open banking platforms are like a middleware, but on the outside, where it connects your bank systems to third-party platforms. So we do have now a licensed company across the border for open banking. Across the world, there are many companies, but the big names in open banking platforms are like Yapily, TrueLayer, Think, and others. These are widely used by banks in Europe. This is an interesting statement, and it's on the government portal, the UK government portal. It says actually 60% of UK population will be users of open banking by September next year. That's a huge percentage, huge population. UK is one of the top, again, countries like Sweden when it comes to open banking applications. So to sum up, we've seen the shift from the branch to mobile to virtual. All three will coexist in my view for different customers, for different segments. We need to have biometrics and digital onboarding, unique digital ID. The digital ID can be a national digital ID or a digital ID created by the banking sector for the purpose of creating a unique profile for every customer. As I mentioned, it has to be frictionless, seamless, personalized, customized. It has to have behavior analytics. I would like my application, my bank application, my fintech application to alert me when I'm running low on funds, when I'm overspending because I have payments to make. I want that application to remind me to pay my Omantel or Ooredoo bill. So this is expected of the banking applications now, is to actually analyze my behavior and assist me in making decisions. It has to integrate with the omni-channel and instant payments. As I mentioned, open banking is really important through third-party digital platforms. And most importantly, as His Excellency mentioned, is the safety. That trust factor needs to continue. People use banks because of the trust factor. That has to continue with all the technological advances. So they have to be super safe and super fast. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ali Hassan Musa, for the enlightening presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the panel discussion. The topic for the discussion is the future of banking and financial services. Our distinguished panel comprising the well-known industry leaders from the banking, finance, investment, and technology sectors will debate on the changing dynamics of the financial services sector and how to drive digital transformation to meet evolving market needs. We first invite on stage again Mr. Ali Hassan Musa, CEO of Oman Banks Association. He has been leading the association since 2017 to work towards promoting the interest of the banking industry and collaborating with the regulators on policy and strategy matters. So please welcome. We next invite on stage Mr. Badr Shamfari, Chief Operating Officer of Oman Invest. He is a key member of the executive management team responsible for attaining Oman Invest vision to be an eminent investment group in the MENA region with significant global reach and impact. Please welcome. We next invite on stage Mr. Ewan John McLeod, Chief Transformation Officer for Sahar International. He complements the executive management team in driving the bank's transformation and digitalization agenda. Our next panelist is Mr. Mujahid Azzajali, General Manager IT and Operations, Bank Nizwa. He is leading the digital transformation and innovation project as a part of Bank Nizwa's long-term strategic initiative to deliver the vision to become the digital bank of choice for people in Oman. Our next panelist is Engineer Maqbool Al-Wahaibi, CEO of Oman Data Park. He has been the founding team member of Oman Data Park and has been leading the company in developing solutions tailored to address the bank's financial institutions, oil and gas sectors, healthcare, government, education, and professional services sectors. Our next distinguished panelist is Mr. Ali Al-Lawati, Country Leader Oman and Yemen for Cisco. He leads the development of high-level strategy, roadmap, and business case for digital transformation and business growth areas considering cloud adoption, business services, capabilities, security and compliance, cost reduction, merger and acquisition for various customers at Cisco. Our next distinguished panelist is Mr. Hussein Al-Maimani, Head of Sales Banking and Energy at GBM Oman. He's an avid promoter and influencer of digital transformation initiatives in the banking and energy sector with in-depth experience for more than a decade. And to moderate the session, we are now going to invite Mr. Akshay Patanjar, Executive Vice President and Group Managing Editor, United Media Services at UMS. He is responsible for managing a business unit comprising print publications, digital assets, business and B2B event, strategic communication projects, and digital services. Over to you, Mr. Akshay. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, and esteemed speakers, a very good morning to all of you. It's almost after a gap of 3 years, we are having over 220 plus strong audience on the floor at the New Age Banking Summit. It's very, very pleasing to see the full packed house today. Coming back to the panel discussion, His Excellency's keynote address and the presentation by Mr. Ali Hassan Musa have already set the tone for the panel discussion today. Before we take a deep dive into digital banking and the fintech, let's have a look at the global macroeconomic environment. It seems to be pretty volatile. Interest rate hikes are happening. Inflation is increasing. The conflict between Russia and Ukraine is not helping at all. There are disruptions in the supply chain globally. And if you go by the recent forecast on the global economic growth by IMF, the rate of growth is expected to come down to 3.6% this year as well as next year, compared to 6.1% last year. Let me start with you, Mr. Badr, on this. How is it impacting the global banking and the financial services sector? And what are the implications of that on Oman's banking and finance industry?
Thank you, Akshay. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. As you mentioned, it is a volatile market. There are many factors contributing to that, from COVID to the geopolitical risk in Ukraine, supply chain disruptions, and so forth. But I want to take a step back, and as people are comparing the current volatility to 2008 financial crisis, where at that time it was really driven by subprime mortgage. Financial institutions played a key role in that crisis, where out of it came regulations that, if you look at the financial institutions globally today, their balance sheets are very strong, liquidity is there, and they will be able to withstand, and I don't foresee any government intervention or bailouts. That said, with the Fed really fighting inflation and looking at that as a key metric to reduce, that has caused the Fed to increase rates. Markets already factored that in until the year end. That's why you have seen the decline in the global markets, fixed income and equities, in addition to the quantitative tightening, which looks at reducing liquidity. So while naturally, as the economy slows down, of course, you can have a debate, will it go into recession or not? That's another topic. Banks will naturally, growth get reduced as the costs increases. For example, US 30-year mortgage increased from around 3% to close to 6% within a very short time frame. That means the average consumer mortgage can go up to 80%. And naturally, he has less disposable income to spend in the economy, should help reduce inflation risk. However, there's also risk for banks of defaults and not being able to pay back. If we come closer to the region and GCC and Oman, while we are pegged to the dollar, if you see especially interest rates in Oman, it's not correlated to the changes in Fed, where our cost of funding was high relative to the region, and currently actually in some instances going down. Our main driving factor is oil price, with it hovering over close now to $120 globally, and the expectation is to remain with the supply chain disruptions, to remain within $100 average for the year. We feel banks locally are also well capitalized, have strong balance sheets, and are liquid. And with these factors, in addition to the government's surpluses, the break-even now for fiscal to break even the budget is $67, which is a comfortable position to be in. So at least I don't think we can predict more than 2 to 3 years, but in the next 6 to 18 months, we see that the GCC economies are driven back by the government spending and projects, are in a good position. That said, we are still coming out of COVID, and the impact is still not fully seen. So naturally, I see banks, while being liquid, will be very selective in terms of where they dispose their loans. And that naturally, there'll be a lot of competition on attractive assets, whether it's government projects or existing clients. Thank you.
Sure. Mr. Ali Musa, would you like to make any comment on that, the impact on the banking and finance sector of the global developments which are taking place?
Can I pass? Because I'm not an economist.
Sure. Sure, absolutely. Are we going to foresee any increase in the NPAs in the coming days? Maybe Mr. Badr or Mr. Ali Musa, would you like to make any comment on that?
I believe with the regulators, of course, having the provisioning is in place. Naturally, the impact, as I mentioned earlier, is not. I don't believe it's fully reflected yet. There will be more to come. However, from looking at the current bank's books, I believe it is well provisioned. So I don't see a major increase in NPAs. That's in my opinion.
Sure. Mr. Mujahid, as per a recent Accenture report, it was stated that the banking CXOs must focus heavily on reimagining the importance of innovation. At Bank Niswa, how seriously you take up the innovation agenda in your pursuit to become a digital bank of choice?
Assalamu alaikum. Sabahkum Allah bil khair. So in Bank Nizwa, what we did is after our board and CEO, they decided to have a digital bank of choice vision for the people of Oman and for the enterprises. So what we did, instead of jumping immediately to the innovation aspect, we thought we need to take care of a couple of the prerequisites before we jump into the innovation. First, we started working on the change. Basically to make the team be aware of the changes which we are going to do in order for them to be catered and to be ready. And then we started working on the engagement. We made the team to be engaged and we conveyed the vision. And we set out our priorities and why these priorities are required for the organizations, and we made them in alignment with these priorities. And then we started working on the internal systems, on what we have, on how do we capitalize on these internal systems. And we started even working on the office premises, because that's very important. We started building capabilities at our meeting rooms, whereby we will be able to, start communicating digitally. Then we started working on our main foundation, our infrastructure. We managed to replace the infrastructure. We made it state-of-art, modern, scalable infrastructure, which can cater to the digital aspects or transformation journey. And then we started working on our digital touch points, We created frictionless digital touch points, and I have a big list, but I will just talk about the one which we recently spoke about and we enhanced. It's on the digital onboarding. So what we did is we managed to create a capability on our app whereby the customers will be able to be digitally onboarded. And that, what we did is the customer goes on the app, he tries to open the account by scanning his ID and then doing a liveness check and then taking a selfie, and that selfie will be checked against his ID. After doing this step, it checks it whether these documents are not fake documents. It has the capability to do that also. So after going through that process, then we managed to also do the checks and balances on the compliance aspects also. Basically to see if the customer is PEP sanctioned, or he's coming from a sanctioned country, or he is a blacklisted country customer. And then we, after this step, the account is created. Basically, he enters all his details and all, the account gets created, and he gets his card delivered at his home without even coming to the bank. So we thought we need to give these services basically to the customer while he is at home, while he is sitting wherever he is, instead of him coming to the bank. So these were a couple of initiatives which we started doing in our in Bank Nizwa. Apart from this, we also worked on instant financing. We wanted our customer, while he is buying his car, he's going to the showroom, he should be able to buy the car within 10 minutes, and the finance is immediately approved. So we did that also. And there are many other initiatives which, if I talk, I think it will take longer. So I thought I will just give some perspective on this.
Sure. Talking of digital onboarding, what challenges did you face, obviously, in terms of meeting the regulatory norms, making sure the customer experience is seamless as well, technologically as well, you are ticking all the right boxes. What challenges did you face in making sure digital onboarding experience is perfect?
There were some challenges actually with the regulator. We had to explain to the regulator how are we securing the customer data. And so if we manage to explain that to the regulator, I mean, we know that they are working on the eKYC and e-signature, but what we said, let's innovate there. Let's send these KYC documents to the customer and he can sign them, and then so that he can get his card immediately without the customer coming to the bank. And we faced one more challenge with the compliance checks, which we had to do, because you need to build APIs which will have to work while the customer is getting onboarded. So that was really not easy. It was a bit challenging, but we had to innovate there, and we managed to roll out that very successfully.
Fair enough. Yvonne, Sohar International is the fastest growing bank in the country when it comes to the large bank. And I believe a lot of credit must be going to what you are doing in terms of digital transformation and the customer experience. How you're creating a superior customer experience by leveraging the digital technologies, as well as going mobile first strategy you're adopting. In an age where I mentioned in his speech that half the banking customers don't find it fun, whereas you are managing to buck the trend. Obviously, those were global numbers. Oman is a different market altogether.
So it's a really interesting point. I really, really enjoyed those presentations earlier. And I think the fun aspect is an important one. But if you bring it back to first principles, having a very strong, clear vision, a strong and very clear strategy, that's number one. And from that, we've been able to move our digital transformation forward, prioritizing the right areas. So for example, step one is making sure we've got the right data. Data, because with the right data, we can then begin to infer, inform, and support the customer. And as Mr. Ali was pointing out, work hard to try and meet those demands, those increasing demands of the customer. And in an uncertain environment, which we find ourselves in today. It's really interesting watching how the retail customers of Sohar International are increasingly using the digital channels for the basics. Withdrawal, they're using ATM, deposit, they're putting back into the ATMs, all of the standard basic activity they're doing through the digital channels. And we see every single month the usage of this skyrocketing, hockey stick style. But what we're also seeing is an increasing demand for high-value conversations in branch. So it's the high-value, what should I do? I have this money, I see the stock market, I see this, I have this demand, I'm looking at buying a property, et cetera, et cetera. Creating the space for those high-value conversations in branch is really, really important. So what we've been doing is making sure we're encouraging as many of our customers to move to digital. For some customer segments, it's automatic. Some customer segments, yeah, the minute you launch it, they take it. Whereas other customer segments, you have to encourage. Sometimes you're doing almost a hip-to-hip engagement. That's where you're standing next to the customer and saying, come with me, come with me. Let me show you how easy this is at the ATM. And you don't need to come to branch to withdraw. And you don't need to come to branch to open a savings account. Press the button online. So those kind of educational activities are very important, all aligned to the ongoing strategy of increasing the adoption of digital technologies.
Sure. Talking of the data, fine, fair enough, you are engaging your customers in the right and effective manner. But in terms of data analytics, are you also getting more aggressive in terms of making smart recommendations to your customers?
So smart recommendations that's almost the holy grail there of digital banking, the digital banking experience. And that what we've had to do is make sure we've got that right platform, that data platform to then begin to build upon. So increasingly you'll see a lot more excitement, I think, from customers as they react to many of these services. One of our policies we adopted quite a while ago was to bring new features, new services every single month to market. And it's really interesting watching how customers react to that, how they embrace that. So I think it's important that the industry is reacting to this customer. Omanis are digital. Omanis love technology. Omanis want to engage, and it's really exciting when we launch a new feature, watching that take up, watching that enthusiasm to adopt. So the next series of updates you're going to see from us will be nudging customers, as we discussed, encouraging customers to save. It's one thing saying open a savings account. It's another thing to say, look, try and transfer some money. Should we transfer some money? Click a button here. Let's us guide you on that process. So before we could do that, before we could do any of these, if you like, higher level functions, we had to get that infrastructure in place and that data layer in place. We've got that, so stand by, watch out for the next level of updates.
Sure, absolutely. Let me turn our attention towards our technology specialist, from the service provider side. Mr. Ali Al-Awati, during the COVID times for almost 2 years, we had seen a lot of focus and buzz around digital transformation. Do you think now that we are managing to keep the COVID under control, do you think the momentum towards digital transformation is slowing down or it continues at the same pace?
Assalamu alaikum. It's working, yeah? Very interesting conversation. So in COVID, we really saw the push of how organizations, including the banking sector, they are trying to push the digital transformation to become agile. It's more of an agility rather than transformation, I believe so. Because agility will give you to access your resources, work from home, work from anywhere, the collaboration. And if not, most of the organization, I believe they were not ready for it. For example, Cisco, we're ready because we're in nature of that. We are positioned anywhere in the globe and we can access our resources. So that gives them a different posture, the organization, how to become more agile, which is contributing towards the transformation. So I believe that was the main objective at that time. Now, because I hope and I believe so, organization realize that. Now they're taking the transformation in a more accelerated pace. And I hope they can realize it because cost and time are very critical factors which everybody is facing. And I believe there are solutions to try to mitigate or control them. Of course, we cannot avoid them. There are things like the cloud solutions we have. There are things like the automation solutions we have, which really can reduce the cost rather than on ad hoc or bespoke manner of project implementation, if there are proper strategies. And at the end of the day, you can set the goal lines of ROI, the business objectives, and we are in Cisco having advisory and professional services, just not give you the talk, can walk the talk, and we did some project to take you to the realization phase rather than only the study phase.
Sure, sure. Engineer Maqbool, when we go to the market and speak to the bankers and other industry leaders, when it comes to cloud services and AI, the first name they prefer is Oman Data Park. So what kind of a solutions you are bringing to the market when it comes to AI and the cloud services? And what is its real and tangible benefits of that actually?
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you for the nice words. I believe we are considering ourselves as partners to the banking transformation journey. We are here to execute. They set the strategy, we execute. We don't make strategies for the banks. And basically, they know exactly what they want, and they know exactly how they approach their ecosystem and the market dynamics within their domain. And to us, we are also acting as observers of what's happening on the other side of the world. I'll give you an example, and we try to adhere with that. So Oman Data Park being there, cloudifying as many organizations in Oman as possible, we focused. And I would like to take this occasion to thank the Central Bank of Oman for releasing the framework, the cloud framework for the financial sector. That's really going to help the financial sector to even leapfrog one step forward from being on a private cloud into a shared cloud, if you like, a shared environment, and they can reduce their cost. I tell you, there is a factor of 30 to 35% reduction in cost if they utilize the cloud services to its full extent. And from there, we also introduced artificial intelligence. And in the AI space, we are sole believers that the banking and the financial sector is going to really make use of it to the best. Artificial intelligence is nothing but providing you with other faster means of predictability. It's all about predictability. As human beings, we predict things, but we don't predict it as fast as machines. So artificial intelligence allow us to predict things even faster and make decisions even faster. And that's why we are working with our partners, and we are working with our with the banking sector very closely to see how we can actually utilize and identify the best use cases that they can start with. And that is where the key point is. Artificial intelligence is an ocean, and if you don't identify your use cases as per your priorities, it becomes really a messy situation that you can get yourself in. So artificial intelligence and machine learning also sits on top of the big data, and for that to function well, you need to have big data, you need to have data cleansing, proper data cleansing, and you need to have quality data in order for you to make use of that artificial intelligence use cases that you want to come forward with. And there are a lot of cases around the world. Moving one step forward from artificial intelligence, allow me to also shed light over the open banking that Mr. Engineer Ali have beautifully positioned it. It is the future. Open banking is no way we can avoid. It is the future. It has to be in our strategy meetings as financial sector. The UK are actually ahead of the game today. The PSD2 that was released in 2015, from the legislative bodies in the UK and the EU now, has really pushed this open banking even further. And what we are seeing also that there is a fundamental shift in the banking sector from being product focused into being omni-channel or distribution channel focused. And to get closer to the distribution channel, you are actually getting yourself closer to the customer journey, what we call customer journey satisfaction. And we are seeing that in the UK, we are seeing in the EU. So basically, give you an example. If I want to buy a house today in the UK or the US or anywhere, I have to worry about not only the financial element of it, where I can get myself financed from the bank, I have to worry about also my utilities. I have to worry about the electricity, the water, dealing with the government entities in order for me to satisfy all those elements in order for me to purchase that house. Guess what? If the banking sector make use of that, that could be a great opportunity for the banking sector, because the PSD2 today allows you to basically open up using APIs, and from there we need to shift the thought as bankers from looking at it from a banking and a financial perspective into looking at it from a customer or a consumer perspective, like me. So they can actually satisfy my journey through the bank itself. So I can actually purchase not only the equity side of the story, but I can do my utility, I can finish everything from the bank itself. So here where we call customer journey satisfaction. And it is yet to be decided who's going to play that role. So I'm not saying there are entities that are doing that so far, but I'm saying that there is an opportunity for the banks to actually shift themselves closely to the distribution channel, using the PSD2 in the UK. Maybe in Oman, inshallah, we will have also a similar legislative component, similar to the PSD2. I think Bahrain is already using PSD2, and some of the GCC countries have started looking at that. So shifting yourself from product into distribution channel, satisfying customer journey, that is where I think the bank is shifting themselves. Now, is it going to be those big giants, the multinational companies like the Googles, the Apples, the Facebooks are going to play that role? Is it going to be a newly disruptors where they can actually sneak in between the incumbent and the consumers or the customers? Is it going to be the banks? That is a question to be answered. And I think there is a great opportunity for the banks here to satisfy that element.
Sure. Hussein, GBM has got a very wide portfolio of services for the digital transformation for the financial services sector. How you're helping your banking and finance clients in their digital transformation journey?
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. As you said, so we have a broad portfolio of digital services, and how we're really helping our clients in terms of their digital transformation, we can categorize in three areas. So one and foremost, which is very important, is the API, open banking and integration. And we really applaud the efforts that CBO did recently by issuing this RFP, and we welcome it with open arms, because really we've been promoting the foundation of this technology for a very long time. And as Mr. Ali mentioned, the middleware, in essence, is the integration layer that majority of the banks, they have. However, this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning, because I believe there's a lot of room for improvement. And as a leader in the integration space, we see a lot of common mistakes that are happening with banks when it comes to dealing with their integration layer. For example, some of the banks are using their internal middleware, exposing it externally for some services, which we're trying to help them, work with them on improving their architecture. Some of the banks, you'd be surprised that they don't even have a middleware. So this is also something that we're working very closely with the central bank and many of the banks. Another area that we help in terms of digital transformation that we've seen demand for is cloud, but a step before entering into the cloud, which is the journey to cloud. So we have a program that we help take banks through the journey. We assess their existing workloads, existing applications, how cloud ready are they, and using certain metrics, we help them on accelerating that path to choose the right cloud fit for them, whether it's public cloud, or private cloud, or hybrid, or even a hybrid multi-cloud. A third area which is very important, and we've worked recently with banks on, is the workflow automation. So a lot of the banks, they're automating and streamlining their processes, unifying them on one platform to basically have processes like account opening, loan registration, card issuance. And we're also trying to inject that RPA into that, optimize it, minimize the human intervention, a shift and a move towards a paperless bank. And we've had multiple cases where we've reached a very advanced stage in that. So mainly these are the three areas. There's a lot more, but the focus is really as well, we need to look at it from what is the demand. Although GBM can play a bigger role, like as you know, maybe you're aware, there's a seamless event happening as we speak today and tomorrow. We've actually sent out a team to scout for trends and solutions that we can bring to Oman and augment with our current portfolio and help really take Oman's banking industry to new heights.
Sure. Mr. Ali Al-Lawati, he raised a pretty pertinent point, bringing in new technologies and services to Oman market. How receptive are the bankers to listen to you in terms of adopting those new technologies and new solutions, provided compliance is not an issue?
They say yes.
So, very interesting question. I cannot I cannot be very transparent, but I believe the banks have an open mind, all of us. Yes, what to do?
You got to be diplomatic, I'm sure, right?
See, in any organization there are obstacles, even big international organization, yeah. There are resistances, and we have to admit there are. The change is not simple. In terms of people, in terms of technologies, in terms of process. You used to do something, and you want to change it, it's changing the norm in any behavior. So today, if I talk on some technologies we have, which can provide the banks a native cloud infrastructure, which they can cope with their application demand, which is changing, which is becoming more complex, which is going to the microservices, if you like, approach, and it goes to the DevOps approach, the CI/CD approach. It's so complex. Now the fundamental question is the infrastructure ready for the application? Are we having a cloud-native infrastructure to support this application and solution, even we're giving to the mobile? Do we monitor the customer experience if, for example, he push a transfer button that instead of 2 seconds, the transaction took 5 seconds or 7 seconds? Do we know that? Do we know where is the problem? We have all these kind of solutions where you can take your data center to become cloud native. We call it programmable software-defined data center, where you have software-defined networking. We have ACI solutions, and I believe my colleagues know about them. We have software-defined storage. We have the compute. You have the converge, all these tech names, the hybrid converge. I'll not bug you with it. End of the day, it becomes infrastructure as a code, like the application as a code, in line with it. So it becomes end-to-end, from the networking up to the application layer, with all the layers in between. And it's very important, because what's the application today? It's a business. We cannot say it's an extension of the business. Today, that is generating the revenue, and that is going on with the open banking and other initiatives. And all the transactions happening in that business processes should be even monitored to create the customer experience. So we have a solution called full stack observability, which gives you monitoring from the time the transaction starts. It goes to the core banking and comes, and it tells you where is the issue, whether it is with the application, with the network, with the server, with the compute, or even with the security. And even that breaks the silo, because today, the banking nature we have, or any organization nature, we have the network team, we have the application team, we have the security team. With this solution, it's amazing. You see exactly what's happening, even up to the application code layer if there's an issue there. And that, a lot of banks regionally have benefited from that. And we are trying to pursue in Oman about it. But again, the change is not easy. It takes time.
Let me go to the bankers. How easy or difficult it is for you to convince your bosses in terms of investing, pumping in more and more money into digital technologies? That's your job. You have to do that. You know, the technology guys are there to give you the best solutions, but ultimately you have to convince your bosses in terms of the efficacy of that. Would love to hear from both of you.
I don't have that problem. What I have is a visionary CEO showing the way. Our challenge here is running fast to support his vision, his strategy, and making sure that all of us are aligned and pointed in the right direction. So that's not a challenge that I face at Sohar International. If anything, it's making sure that we're running to the pace of his vision and his mission.
You earned some brownie points there.
Well, but come and see me at 6 p.m., right, on an average Tuesday, and you'll see the car park full, you'll see the lights on. We're still running straight into the evening.
So his appraisals are due, I guess, right? Yes, Mr. Mujahid, what do you want to say on this?
We keep receiving feedbacks from our CEOs that the IT cost is going significantly high. But at the end of the day, if you convince them, if you show them why we are doing this, I'm sure, they have always been supportive towards that. So that's not been a problem. But what happens when we have to, the obsolete infrastructure, when the time comes to retire them or replace them, I think there we spend more time in convincing them. But whereas while bringing the new solutions, the digital, building the digital capabilities and all, I have never faced any challenge, because that's the CEO's and board's agenda, and we are just the executors there.
Can I? Oh, please.
I just want to save their backs a little bit. I think I remembered we've been doing this conference for the last 10 years, and normally in this panel you see CEOs, and this is the first time you see the techies are there in the panel, and this shows how actually supportive the CEOs of the banks and the board of directors and the central bank to have the techies as drivers, the driver force in this journey. So I think that shows itself.
So building on that, one of the questions, I think this may have been said before on this panel, I'm not sure. One of the questions that I like to ask my colleagues, and they do get quite bored when I keep asking, and I say, what's our biggest branch? What's our biggest branch? And of course, the answer is not Azeba, et cetera, et cetera. The answer is mobile. From a retail standpoint, our biggest branch, by far, by way far, is mobile. And the amount of transactions and activity happening on our mobile channel alone outstrips anything that's happening in branch and across the branch network. So I think what we see now, and I've been in Oman, this is my 3rd year now in Oman, I think we see across the banks, across the financial institutions, a significant change coming in the customers are leading in many cases. Sometimes we're suggesting, we're helping, we're enabling, but that demand is there. So it's not a conversation about saying to the CEO, hi, I want to spend $1 million and we'll get this much back. It's more about where are we going as an institution, what's our strategy, okay, to factor back where are we today and where are we going, and therefore what investments do we need to make. So I think there's an increasingly, we're moving up that maturity curve from a, can I take this software and this is old and this is new. Yeah, I think we're at least in Sohar International, we're past that rather basic conversation and on to the next generation.
Quite well said.
I think it's, if I may, it's about two things. One is when it comes to technology deployment and executive management. One is return on investment. That needs to be clear. The other thing, how does it affect customers and the customer experience? If you are able to convince or present a case based on these two things, I think it's a win-win case.
Customer first.
Yeah.
Customer first.
Absolutely, yeah. Let's shift our focus a little bit towards the other side of the business. Mr. Ali Musa, how do you reorient or orient the bank especially towards creating products which for the consumers' wallet as well as their souls through green banking, embracing green banking, and also following ESG in the true spirit?
Thank you, Akshay. So when it comes to new advances like technology, like ESG, which is a new focus, as His Excellency mentioned, climate change, we, through the Oman Banks Association and its academy, we have run a number of sessions on ESG, specifically bringing experts from around the region, including one of the experts that you're hosting from ESG Integrate. Creating this awareness, I think it's still early stages in Oman for ESG, but we're on the path. CMA and CBR have both are eager to progress this. And we as an association, working with banks, with the regulators, and with the society, are keen to advance this as much as possible. I think it's all to do with the customer. Sometimes when we work and when we do things, we forget that it's all about the customer. It's no longer about competition. It's no longer about other things. It's all about the customer. As long as the customer is happy, they're happy then with the banking sector as a whole. Anything that the technology providers do need to actually sell to the bank. How this is going to affect the customer. It's no longer about infrastructure and routers and firewalls and all that and middleware. It's about customer happiness, if you like. Thank you.
Mr. Badr, we started with you. We're going to end with you. Oman Invest Group has taken a lead in terms of building knowledge about ESG. You are an investor in various companies. Of course, BFSI is one of the key sectors for you. How do you maintain a fine balance between investing in ESG, it's ESG investing, and of course, the bottom line is the desirable return to the shareholders? How do you maintain that fine balance?
As many of you are aware, Oman Invest is a long-term investor. And I think just touching upon what's been discussed about technology and disruption, so that I don't think anybody doubts that disruption is happening. And we are not really emotionally attached to any of our investments. So if we feel these investments are not adapting, that means it's a matter of time that they will not be as relevant and as competitive. And in addition to the technology part, ESG is a critical area where at Oman Invest, to be very honest, we start with just understanding it. It is a buzzword a lot of people use, and unfortunately, a lot don't understand. So we started with the education process from the board. They started Q4 last year, all the way down to the employees. Our purpose statement is transforming businesses to enrich societies. So ESG for us, we don't see that we have to choose either implementing ESG principles or losing out in the long run, and we're a longer-term investor. We are very confident, and the numbers support this, that our investments will actually do better. And based on a McKinsey study of over 2,000 companies, over 80% value was created where entities introduced ESG principles. And that is now a core part of our operations, our investment process as well. And we look forward to having more entities in Oman adopted. As we are a global investor as well, we see this trend globally. It is even to a degree that even if you're not convinced of the ESG principles, it makes good business sense. Your cost of funding can go down. You can attract multinational investors. And we've seen more often now than before, they really look at what ESG principles and policies do you have internally. So answering the question, if you're a long-term investor, in my opinion, you must have ESG principles in place.
Sure. I think we are reaching the end of panel discussion. Let's open the floor for the questions from the audience. If anyone wants to ask a question. Yeah, can we have Mr. Khalid Ansari in the first row in the corner, please?
Thank you very much. We all talked about customer experience and satisfaction. So let me look at it from a point of view of a major customer, which is your borrower. Borrower being one of the major customers. And within the borrowers, I will focus on business borrowers. Traditionally, in Oman, if you do a credit or you're making a loan approval, the banks are looking at the business to begin with, but the final decision to lend or not to lend depends upon the provision of personal guarantees backed up by the net asset of the owners or the promoters, and a security of land and building freehold. Now, my question is, how do we move away from that and actually lend to a business based on the business itself rather than lending to the land and building and the net asset of the borrower? How can technology help, and what are the banks doing to move in that direction? Thank you.
Who would like to answer that?
Can I
Please
start? Thank you very much for this question. Of course, the lending decisions by each bank differ depending on the customer case, and they really vary depending on the cash flows, on the assets, etc. So it's not one solution that fits all. It really depends on the business borrower and the reason for lending, and the financial strength of the business, and as I mentioned, the cash flows. Technology does help in that. The Mala is there now. Mala is the financial center. It has an excellent database, a 10-year database or more. From the previous system that we had. It has potential actually now to have more information about the borrower that help the decision-making for the bank. It has a credit score, and we do have an expert from Mala will be speaking later on today, I believe, on that. So we do have now a database and a center for financial information that actually will help banks have better decisions in terms of lending. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum.
I think, just wait a second. I think Mr. Mujahid want to say something on that.
going-
We'll take up your question after that.
I was just going to comment on this because we have introduced this instant financing for auto. We offer auto financing for our customers, and we managed to develop this credit scoring online with Mala. So it's coming basically, but it's going product by product.
Yeah.
Yes, Assalamu alaikum. This is Dr. Fatina Zajjari from the College of Banking. Over here, I'm here. I have a question on the fintech platforms. They're so advanced these days, and the whole purpose of the fintech platforms is convenience and also efficiency for the consumer. So nowadays we have fintech platforms which do payment and as well crowdfunding, and these are under different regulators at the moment. So in terms of implementation for the strategies as we go forward in Oman, so we have payments, crowdfunding, how does it go? Even I heard there are some fintech platforms that does ESG, for instance, offsetting carbon emission. So how does this happen in Oman as we move forward in the next 5 years, if we'd like to say? I hope to have clarity on that. Thank you.
Well, let me take that one then. I think there's a really interesting aspect here for banks. Because as well as having your very specific defined vision and strategy, you also, I think it's important to recognize that we don't have all the answers. And we don't have a monopoly. We do not have a monopoly on good ideas. So I think being open, listening, and that's I think we've been doing with regular fintech meetups, yeah, embracing it, you know, being as open as possible to the market, learning about what's happening, really with a very, now it might sound weird, but with a very humble reality, right, which is sometimes not a comfort zone for a banker, but that's us saying, look, what's happening in the marketplace? What trends are we seeing there? And where should we be playing? And in some cases, you don't know the answer. But the first step then is being open, taking that conversation, taking that dialogue, and then looking for that collaboration opportunity. So I think you'll see a lot more activity across the industry in supporting those type of activities you're saying, because what we see from a lot of fintech is they're taking chances, they're introducing new ways of working, new ideas, and I think it's important that the banks are there to support where appropriate, and look for the opportunities to collaborate. So that's one of the things that we've been busy looking at, making sure we've got that open radar to understand what's happening. And you know, if, for example, a fintech wants to contact you, it's really, really difficult, right? Because often what you tend to see is they'll just spray a lot of LinkedIn messages. Well, at Sohar International, we have an EVP fintech. His job is to be open, to be out there, to be looking, to be listening. And that's one of our gateways to the market. So I think the more that we see that kind of open attitude from across the industry, also from fintech as well, I think the better.
Sure.
Can I comment on the crowdfunding? Dr. Fatin, you mentioned crowdfunding. I think that's really interesting. It's okay for crowdfunding to be dealt with by different regulators. That's not unique in the region, depending on the purpose of crowdfunding. So the crowdfunding can be for equity, can be for supporting a certain product, can be for charity, or can be for borrowing. So depending on the purpose of crowdfunding, different regulators may issue a framework for that. We have started in Oman through initially by CMA issuing certain regulations. I think it has potential. It's an alternative to borrowing, and it doesn't necessarily need to compete with the banking sector. It complements it because it has a different dimension. Thank you.
Any other question? Yeah, the lady on the back pile, please, in the last row.
Hi, a very good morning, and my name is Payal. My question is, we are talking about omni-channel integration. How about security? So to build a resilient framework, are we ready from technology perspective, if anyone would like to answer? Thank you.
You're talking my language, omni-channel, absolutely. And the security aspects, the cybersecurity aspects are absolutely critical. I'm sorry, I didn't see where that lady was. Right down. Oh, okay, hello. I think that you can't do anything until you've got the infrastructure and the cybersecurity aspects fixed. That is business critical. Beyond that, then you can look at making sure things are as easy as possible for the consumer. One login, for example, right? Whether you're a corporate customer, a retail customer, or the like, those aspects from an omnichannel perspective are really, really important.
So I'll just add to it. So we do have omnichannel solution, which we create the first digital engagement through a software called IMI Mobile, which is collaborated with the contact center and collaboration to give the full experience. So today we do have a Cisco end-to-end security for that, up to that layer. And we already are serving several banks globally in this area. Thank you.
Sure.
Can I just add? I mean, they go hand to hand. I mean, together. While you're implementing the omni-channel, you need to ensure that you have a proper cyber security setup in the organization. Once you have that, then only you should embark on omni-channel journey.
Assalamu alaikum.
Just one sec, please. I think Hussein wanted to say something.
Yes, and in regards to the cybersecurity, because we're talking a lot today on open banking and the channels that you're opening and omni-channels. So obviously that poses a high risk, and a lot of threats might rise. So it's a very valid concern. It goes hand in hand in terms of digital transformation. So At GBM, we've actually worked on a framework, just like we have a framework for integration, we have an actual framework for cybersecurity, and it touches a lot on the aspects end to end. And to top it all, we've recently made an investment in having in Oman SOC. So it was an investment north of around $1 million, where this SOC will be ready, hopefully by the end of the year, where it will have capabilities around a managed detection and response. So we're in discussions as well with many of the banks to help them in that area of security and making sure that they're covered fully.
We have Yvonne and Mr. Mujahid right over here. If you have not met them already on this, please do meet them. You've got business waiting for you. Any other question? Yeah, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Nahla Blushi from Central Bank of Oman. Thank you for the panelists. I have a question regarding technology and the costs associated with the technology. So how we can ensure that we are utilizing all these IT resources in an efficient manner and ensure that all these high costs are justified? Thank you.
Can I take that question?
Yeah, please.
Thank you for the question, Nahla. It's a great question, and we get that a lot from the market. Our answer usually is managed services. So when having a successful managed services, we look at two things. We look at how to make SLAs better and how to reduce cost. So in simple terms, we can offload the process within a bank or any organization, like their help desk or service desk, and enter into an SLA agreement between us and the customer. And we've seen that, and we have an example where, in fact, we've really aggressively reduced the SLAs as well as the service and the cost with the bank. And it really is about the second part of the question in terms of justifying it. It really is about the ROI, like Mr. Ali said. Working and making the ROI as attractive as possible and enhancing customer experience.
Can I just comment?
بس شوية يخفوا على البنوك يعني.
من ناحية الأسعار يعني. But we deliver quality, right?
Yeah. I think as far as you're adding the IT cost as part of your ROI, return on investment, what happens usually, the projects are started without taking into consideration the IT part. So their IT is blamed always. So I think any such project should take into consideration the full ROI, the full IT cost as part of the project.
Sure.
Just to add on it, and also Mr. Ali and Mujahid mentioned, so as experience globally, we do receive such requests. And the issue happened, cost creep, time delays, and then whatever you're trying to achieve, probably you don't achieve in terms of ROI. Because if you prove the ROI, you prove the customer engagement and business objectives are met, you might get the approval. But that's the trick, how to reach there in a more tight fashion, manageable fashion, and we have done some projects. I'm not saying Cisco, there are many companies. If you give the vendor the accountability up to the ROI level, then you might see the difference. Don't leave it only let you to sell the product. I think this philosophy, we don't have it here in Oman. When you give the vendor accountability or the system integrator, I want a study to reach to that ROI. After 3 years, I'm going to invest 2 million, 3 million. And if you held it accountable, you might see the difference. But if you come to us and tell us, okay, just sell us, and I'll tell you it's too much expensive, you have done your ROI, it will work, not work, I don't know. As a vendor, I don't know what your ROI you are doing, because I'm just selling you boxes and solutions. You are not involved me in the business strategy. If you involve me from the beginning in the business strategy and make me as a partner to be with you during your strategy development, and I know what kind of ROI you're looking for and what kind of objective you're looking for, I might shift the solution as well and be with you as accountable to prove to the end that, yes, I'm delivering that with you. I believe that shift, my mindset shift is required in our market. Thank you.
Add to Ali and to yourself, I think you should go cloud. And, That's the only way to have a better TCO and IRR. Adding to that, I think the good thing about the technology organization that you have in Oman is that they very much understand the market dynamics. They are very much eager to tailor the solution, as Ali mentioned, in order to satisfy your IRRs, in order to satisfy your digital transformation. And as we mentioned last year, I think the driving force for digital transformation does not necessarily land on the chief technology officer. Nowadays, the chief business officer is the guy who should actually drive this, because it has to be seen in a 360 view. It's not the technology anymore. Technology is just an enabler, but the business, that is where you can recognize the full benefit and maybe sharpen your IRR a little bit in order to get a better TCO in the long run.
Just to, sorry we're taking longer, but I think it's an interesting topic on the cloud. A lot of people say cloud is expensive. You got those answers, yeah? That cloud is expensive. Sometimes you get that feedback. But are we comparing Apple to Apple? They have NOC 24 hours. They have Security Operations Center 24 hours. They have all the resources required. They have redundancy 99.999%. And if you want to give them to outsource your infrastructure, do you have that to compare your cost with them? Is that a fair comparison? So what is your objective and what are the devil behind the details that are really required to solve? Because globally, the cloud solutions are being adopted, 85% by 2025. All the banks are going hybrid. And that's one of the elements seriously needs to be considered to become faster in time and even achieve a better ROI. Because you will realize your ROI much before, even if it's little expensive. So it will take you 3 years to build, but it will take you 6 months to launch. Thank you.
Just a comment from the banker, like global banks. So JP Morgan is spending around more than $12 billion in technology, so including fintech. Their profitability last year was 46 billion. So another angle to really come up to speed is looking at the fintechs out there and investing in them instead of, it might be more costly to do it in-house or go to the traditional players. Now you have, I believe, a broader option, and in my view, going back to the customer wants a service. If that service will be provided by a fintech player, he will switch. I don't really see a long-term loyalty to any individual bank. It's more towards that service. And if that service is provided by another platform, it's well-regulated, I trust it, I will move to it. So I would, and this we're doing at Oman Invest as well, investing in directly, indirectly in fintech and seeing where we can apply it to our portfolio companies. So that is another approach to really get up to speed on the latest technologies and what's going on.
Sure. Last question we can take. After that, we're going to wrap up. Any other questions from the audience?
Hello. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Deepika. I'm from Grant Thornton, and I'm the tax director here. I have a question related to tax. I have lately noticed over the past few months that attachment orders have been sent by Ministry of Finance to the clients. And it seems that all the banks collectively block the funds. Like if I would have like 3 bank accounts, all the 3 banks would actually block the bank accounts of the client, which actually my client would, it really hampers their business. So is there an IT technology which would centralize, or where we understand that one bank account has been blocked and the others could be active? I mean, I've been lately seeing that this is where most of my clients are hampered because all the bank accounts would be blocked by all the banks. So I just want to know, is there any IT technology or any regulations which would say that only one bank account would be blocked by, if there is an attachment order and not done by all the banks?
Anyone would like to take this question?
Forgive me, I didn't quite understand the first bit there. What was that?
Okay, how it works is like, in the Ministry of Finance, if there's an attachment order, it's being sent to the bank, and the bank would block the bank account of the client, and the client would not be able to utilize their account for the ongoing business. Right. So what has been happening is, like, when an attachment order has been sent by the Ministry of Finance, let's say to over a couple of banks, all the bank accounts would be blocked by all the banks. So I want to understand if there any IT technology where we would understand that only one bank would block the bank account and not all of them.
No, but Deepika, you are saying like the order has gone to all the banks, not just to the single bank.
Correct, but there's
Correct.
no IT system which says that only one bank account is already
Why
blocked.
it should be, if the ministry is sending an order to all the banks, they need to comply with that.
Correct, but...
Am I right?
Maybe the banks can send an alert to the customer, that this account is blocked and all. That does not require any technology in this.
No, what I'm saying is, if there is a central bank of Oman which would say that one bank account has blocked the bank account of a client and not collective, and the other banks should not actually block the bank accounts.
Perhaps what we could do is in the famous words, should we take it offline? Afterwards, let's discuss that.
Sure, Deepika. Deepika, we have CBO officials here, we got Minister of Finance officials here, we got the banking officials over here. Maybe during the day you can have a direct chat with them on this. Thank you very much for the question.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, it was a pretty informative and very immersive discussion today. Thank you very much for that. It has always been an endeavor of UMS Group to keep pushing the agenda for the digital transformation through our digital media channels, alamliktasar.com and oelive.com, as well as through our specialist UMS Digital Services Division, which offers a wide area of digital services for the leading banks and the finance companies in the country. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Hope you'll be enjoying the proceedings of the day as well.
Thank you all for such an engaging debate. So now, ladies and gentlemen, since inception, New Age Banking Summit has been working towards creating an effective platform for increased collaboration between the banks and technology companies to achieve meaningful digital transformation. We are glad to inform you that a major bank and 2 technologies companies are going to sign agreements to work together right now at the summit. To start with, Bank Nizwa and Oman Data Park are going to sign 2 memorandums of understanding to work together. The first MOU between them is for a strategic alliance to collaborate on AI innovation and deployment. It involves establishing artificial intelligence framework development for the bank that includes but not limited to robo-advisor, fraud detection, robotic process automation, big data, machine learning, and deep learning. We are delighted that both the renowned institution, Bank Nazwa and Oman Data Park, have decided to work together in setting the AI milepost. This strategic partnership will assimilate and augment the development of the specific reliance in achieving AI enablers with complex tasks without any significant cost outlays. The second MOU between them is on data center partnership. This initials Bank Nazwa and Oman Data Park working together closely to serve cloud-based data center solutions in line with CBO's latest approved framework. The partnership will focus on responding to increasing requirement of the bank for dynamic, cost-effective, and customer-oriented services. The partnership between Bank Nazwa and Oman Data Park aims to foster development in the cloud era and continue to offer unparalleled services. The cloud solution for of the Oman Data Park offers full visibility integrated management of both physical and virtual networked IT resources. It is a holistic architecture with centralized automation and policy-driven application profiles. The first and leading Islamic banking in the Sultanate, Bank Nizwa has kept pace without the latest development in banking technology, including endeavors to benefit from the artificial intelligence and data center services provided by ODB. Now, we invite Mr. Khalid Al-Kaid, CEO of Bank Nizwa and engineer, CEO of Bank Nizwa and engineer Maqbool Al-Wahaibi, CEO of Oman Data Park, to kindly come on stage to sign the MOUs. So please welcome. Thank you, Mr. Khalid Al-Kaid. You may take your seat, please. Engineer Maqbool, kindly stay on the stage, please. The second signing ceremony is between Oman Data Park and Alliance Network for co-location. Alliance Network is a leading third-party processing company, fully compliant with global and payment card industry security standards, providing a cost-effective, timely, complete, and comprehensive suite of secure solutions for issuers and acquirers locally, regionally, and around the world, covering the entire payment value chain in transaction processing services. We invite now Mr. Ali Taqi Al-Lawati, representing Alliance Network, on stage, please. You're welcome. We request His Excellency Tahar Al-Amri to kindly come on stage for taking the photos. We also request Mr. Ali Hassan Musa and Mr. Khalid Al-Kaid to accompany His Excellency on stage, please. Mr. Ali Hassan Musa, Mr. Khalid Al-Kaid, Engineer Maqbool Al-Wahaibi, and Mr. Ali Taqi Al-Lawati. Thanks a lot. And best wishes to Bank Nizwa, Oman Data Park, and Alliance Network on the collaborations. After some serious discussions and business transactions, it is time for some celebrations. We would now like to present Oman Banking and Finance Awards, an initiative to acknowledge the achievements of the best performers in the banking, finance, investment, insurance, and technology areas in the Sultanate. To take you through the awards presentation, I would like to invite Mr. Mayank Singh, Executive Vice President and Group Editor, United Media Services, to come on stage.
Conversation from office corridors to dinner tables at parties have a strange way of meandering into the fortunes of the banking sector, thanks to the importance of the industry for Oman's economy and the global economy. And it's time to honor some outstanding achievers today. Good morning, Your Excellencies and distinguished guests. The winners of Oman Banking and Finance Awards have been selected based on a survey of banks and NBFCs done by OER and U Capital. The results were verified by Abu Timam Grant Thornton. Overall, the survey was based on banks and NBFCs' financial performance on various parameters over the last 4 years, from 2018 to 2021. The banks with total assets of above 3.5 billion Omani riyals at the end of 2021 were considered for the large banks category awards. whereas banks with total assets below 3.5 billion Omani riyals were placed in the mid-sized banks category. Overall, we are going to present 17 awards today, including the special awards across banking, finance, investments, insurance, and technology domains. It's my honor to invite on stage our chief guest, His Excellency Tahir Salem Al-Amri, on stage to give the awards. Your Excellency, can you please join us on stage, please? I'd also request Mr. Atulya Sharma and Mr. Khalfan Al-Rahabi, Editor-in-Chief of United Media Services, to kindly come on stage and join His Excellency. The first set of awards is in the finance, leasing, investments, and insurance segments. We start with the award for excellence in investments. The winning company is a highly successful and amongst the largest listed investment companies in the region. Founded in 1983, it has been consistently profitable with an enviable track record of uninterrupted dividend payments to its shareholders. It owns high-quality durable assets in diversified sectors, producing healthy cash flows. At the end of 2021, the company's total assets stood at $1.7 billion, covering diverse sectors, including banking, insurance, finance and leasing, financial investments, private equity, and investment banking. The company's assets cover diversified geographies, including the GCC and Asia, in addition to significant investments in global capital markets. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Excellence in Investment Award is Oman West. Congratulations, Oman West. Our next award is for excellence in customer experience in finance and leasing sector. The winning company considers customer service at the heart of its business. To meet its commitment to customers, it has undertaken several initiatives during the year, including reduction in customer loan turnaround time compared to the industry average, making it convenient for customers to make payments via their app during the COVID-19 pandemic, providing point-of-sale machines to all branches to ensure a simplified payment process, processing of customer requests through the app, minimizing the number of customer visits, and automation of customer complaint management system. The winner of Excellence in Customer Experience in Finance and Leasing is Tajir Finance. Tajir Finance. Our next award is for excellence in asset management and brokerage. The winning company is a top equity broker on Muscat Stock Exchange and takes pride in being the first and most used online trading platform in the Sultanate. It is one of the top asset management providers covering Oman, GCC, and the US markets with a proven track record in outperforming industry benchmarks. Its customized portfolios meet client requirements for a conventional portfolio, Islamic portfolio, trading portfolio, or a dividend-yielding portfolio. The winner of Excellence in Asset Management and Brokerage is United Securities. Congratulations, United Securities. The next award is for excellence in insurance services. The winner offers a range of products and services to protect people, health, home, business, and other assets with a strong in-house claims management system, well-trained staff, customer-centric product customization and quality service. It has a large network of more than 119 sales service touchpoints with a wide geographical reach. It has state-of-the-art systems and technology for easy and fast policy buying and after-sales service. It also offers online digital insurance and a mobile app to buy or renew insurance, manage claims, or customer support. The winner is National Life and General Insurance Company. Congratulations, National Life and General Insurance Company. The next award is for excellence in digital transformation in the finance and leasing segment. The winning company is working towards becoming a future-ready organization by undertaking several digital transformation initiatives, including a new website, revamped customer-centric app, development of a comprehensive MIS to cover all key functional areas, use of machine learning tools for customer communication, and onboarding and process automation for key functions. The winner of the digital transformation in finance and leasing segment is Tajir Finance. Congratulations, Tajir Finance. Moving on, we are now going to present our next set of awards in the technology side. The first award in this category is for industry leadership in virtual data centers. The winning company is the first and only provider till date in Oman to offer virtual data center solutions. It has an ISO 27001 information security management and ISO 20000 IT service management systems. Its 24/7 security operations center and network operations center are manned by internationally qualified Omani staff. It offers a full range of data center facilities from computing, storage, and networking to network security services on an OPEX model. Its services also enables up to 55% TCO savings, and customers can have a VDC up and running in a matter of hours compared to the typical 3 to 4 months period when compared to traditional data centers. No prizes for guessing this one. It's Oman Data Park. Congratulations, Oman Data Park. The next award is for excellence in CRM solutions for the BFSI sector. The winning company's G-Bank CRM unleashes the full power of a customer-centric approach. It leverages Microsoft Dynamics 365 CRM and Power Apps platform with out-of-the-box integration with core banking and other LOB applications, helping banks in the region to transform their marketing, sales, and customer service departments under one unified platform. Their G-Banking CRM helps banks in gaining customer insights, deciding the next best action, driving social media engagement to generate sales, and enabling the complete digital journey. The winner is Global ITS. Global ITS. The next award is for Digital Transformation Partner of the Year. The winning company has played an instrumental role in accelerating the digital transformation journey across various sectors such as the government, energy, and banking. It enables its customers to gear up for a new era by delivering unmatched value in the marketplace. The winner is GBM Oman. Congratulations, GPM. Our next award is for the Technology Person of the Year. The winning gentleman has more than 25 years of experience in the IT and telecom industry with excellent credentials in leadership, management, and digital transformation. As a country leader for Oman and Yemen, for his current organization, he has led the development of a high-level strategy, roadmap, and business case for digital transformation and business growth areas considering cloud adoption, business services, capabilities, securities, and compliance, cost reduction, mergers and acquisition for various customers. He successfully completed the company's POC solutions with TRA and Omantel for providing broadband connectivity to remote villages using Wi-Fi 6 technology. He promoted the company's Global Network Academy, which is currently being taught in 16 colleges and academies in Oman as part of the curriculum, and it has certified around 11,000 students to date. A commendable achievement. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our Technology Person of the Year, Mr. Ali Al-Lawati, Country Manager, Oman and Yemen, Cisco. Congratulations, Mr. Ali Al-Lawati. More power to you and Cisco. The next award is for Excellence in Credit Information Services. The winning company has transformed the credit reporting experience from the historic basic credit information report concept to a world-class credit reporting experience in Oman. It has contributed to financial inclusion by adding the SME sector's exposure to the consumer and corporate credit portfolio. In addition, the company has introduced the globally used credit score for the first time in the Sultanate for consumers and corporates, creating unlimited opportunities for lenders to step into the digital lending era. The winner is Al-Mallah. This is a path-breaking initiative. Congratulations, and it's time now for special awards for banks. The first award in this segment is for excellence in digital transformation in the banking sector. The winning bank has radically transformed its digital channels, deploying a totally new best-in-class omni-channel platform to enable the bank to make continuous updates to all digital channels on a weekly and monthly basis, supporting all its wholesale, retail, and Islamic customers. Underpinning this, it has implemented straight-through processing for all of its top retail services, including customer onboarding, loan origination, account management, and credit cards. It has deployed an end-to-end business intelligence system throughout the bank, offering class-leading data management capabilities and real-time reporting for all key business areas. The winner of Excellence in Digital Transformation in the banking sector is Sohar International. Congratulations, Sohar International. The next award is for Excellence in Mobile Banking. To make the customer's engagement with the bank as easy as possible, the winning bank has revamped its mobile banking application and introduced a number of unique features, including instant money transfer locally, salary advance, instant account opening, beneficiary management, and debit card servicing, such as activation and changing of limits. The bank has heavily employed microservices in the app and servers to offer new functionalities without disrupting existing ones on the back end and for the customer. The winner is Bank Nizwa. Congratulations, Bank Nizwa. Our next award is for excellence in corporate banking. The winning bank's corporate banking division provides comprehensive banking solutions in diverse industries with tailor-made solutions. The service offering is supplemented by industry specialists to serve customers better. Some of its key specialization sectors include food and general trading, manufacturing, energy and utilities, real estate, contracting, travel and tourism, among others. It caters to the needs of large, medium, and small corporates, providing a wide range of financial products, services in the form of term loans to fund capital expenditure, of setting up new units, expansion and modernization projects under infrastructure and non-infrastructure sectors. The winner of Excellence in Corporate Banking is Ahli Bank. Congratulations, Ahli Bank. It's time to present the 4 awards as per the OER and U Capital survey of the best banks and non-banking finance companies now. The first award in this segment is for the best non-banking finance company. The winning company has performed admirably on growth, sustainability, productivity, and efficiency parameters to emerge as the winner. The winner is National Finance Company. Congratulations, National Finance Company. Our next award is for the best bank in the mid-sized banks category. The winning bank has come on top on the strength of its performance on parameters including growth, asset quality, sustainability, productivity, and efficiency. The winner of the best bank in the mid-sized category is Bank Nizwa. Congratulations yet again. The next award is for fastest growing bank in the large banks category. The winning bank has emerged as the fastest growing bank with an impressive performance in areas of gross loan, customer deposits, operating profit, net worth, and net profit. The winner of the fastest growing bank award goes to Sohar International. Congratulations, Sohar International. We have saved the best for the last, and this brings us to the last award of the day. It is for the best bank in the large bank segment. The winning bank has performed consistently over the years. As a result, it has made it to the top this year for the 4th year in a row. Talk about winning being a habit. The bank has achieved remarkable performance on parameters including fee income, operating profit, net worth, net profit, operating profit per branch, and per employee, return on average assets and equity, credit to deposit ratio, and capital adequacy ratio. I don't even need to say the name. The best bank among the large banks category is Bank Muscat. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Stay back, sir. Excuse me, Sheikh Wali, can you kindly stay back? We're having a group shot. Yeah, congratulations to Bank Muscat. I request all the winners to please come on stage with their trophies for a group picture with His Excellency. We'd also request His Excellency Sheikh Salim Al-Mashni and Mr. Ali Hassan Musa to kindly join the winners on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner is all on stage. Can I have a huge round of applause for all the winners? This brings us to the end of Oman Banking and Finance Awards, powered by OER. Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Sharma and Mr. Al-Rahabi for doing the honors. On behalf of OER, we would like to thank the team at Ubhar Capital, U Capital, for conducting the survey, and Abu Timam Grant Thornton for validating the results. A special thanks to Aisha Zia from U Capital and Deepika Rajan from Grant Thornton for their help. UMS is coming up with an exciting event soon with an outlook into the future and a leap into the modern era driven by Oman Vision 2040, its pillars, and nationwide drive for digital transformation. OERlive.com, Oman's leading online business portal, will bring together leaders, tech evangelists, and Oman's top companies together at the second edition of the OER Live Digital Transformation Conference and Awards 2022 on the 29th of June at the Al Bustan Palace, Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Here's a short video on what to expect.
The road to the development of humanity has always laid in the palms of changemakers, and technology has been at the forefront of the centuries-long progress towards uncovering the secrets of science and creating a modern society. As we move closer towards the realities and possibilities that can be unlocked by technology, we look closer towards all avenues with growth potentials over the coming decade. Therein, in the midst of our future and that of the Sultanate, lies Oman Vision 2040, a multi-pronged plan by His Majesty Sultan Haitham bin Tariq to elevate the nation deeper into the 21st century. From fintech and artificial intelligence to robotics, metaverse, space research, sustainable automotive, cybersecurity, and the fourth industrial revolution, the possibilities driven by technology are endless. Come June 29th, we at OER Live convene with top leaders, technologists, industry experts, and government officials at the second edition of the OER Live Digital Transformation Conference and Awards to outline this very phenomenon after a trailblazing first edition last year. An environment packed with local and international speakers, high-octane panel discussions to contour the future of technology, and more. The event will be hosted at the Al Bustan Palace or Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Supported by our valued sponsors and driven by our goal to lead the way, we hope to see you there. The future is now, and our ideas will transform our lives.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a break now. All of you are requested to kindly return in 20 minutes as we have interesting sessions lined up post the coffee break. Thank you very much.
I've lined up 4 presentations in this session. Our first presenter post-break is Mr. Hassan Abdul Ali, General Manager, Business Development, Oman Data Park. So Mr. Hassan is seasoned cloud technologies and digital transformation expert with over 3 decades of experience as an IT executive, result-oriented, of professional digital transformation over hundreds of institutions, including government, energy, telecom, banking, insurance, healthcare, education, and more to the cloud. A strong base of a knowledge in leadership, executive management, technology analytics, strategy, innovations, planning, and PMO. He's comfort playing different roles: CIO, CTO, solution architect, and ICT. Wide experience in cloud services, IaaS, PaaS, SaaS, DRaaS, and data center as service and managed services, delivered banking system, e-government systems, B2B, B2G, enterprise service bus, SOA, including e-business applications and BPM. Key projects: ACI, networking security, DRC, PCP, IBM middleware, EFT switch technology, payment gateway, ePurse, Visa, MasterCard, EMV, Smart Card cashless, data center projects, T3 design, implementation, and Cisco data center. Virtualization, VMware, Hyper-V, IBM Power, VM, Red Hat, KVM, Oracle virtualization, Citrix, open source virtualization, Docker, container Kubernetes, CAAS, Red Hat, OpenStack, and OpenShift. Cloud technology of VMware, VDC, Azure Cloud, Azure Stack, AWS, serverless computing, Oracle VM, IBM Power VM, OCI, and Red Hat KVM. Artificial intelligence solution using NVIDIA GPUs and TPUs. HPC and microservices for banking, energy, telecom, oil and gas, government, healthcare, and smart cities. His topic of the presentation will be Bank of the Future. So please welcome Mr. Hassan to the stage.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning or good afternoon now. It's a pleasure to be here today sharing with you Oman Data Park journey towards the cloud and cloudifying your workload towards AI, IaaS, PaaS, SaaS, and many services. I have split my presentation into 4 parts. First, I'm going to talk about the agile banking. And today you've been hearing a lot about banking as a service, open banking, and how the digital transformation is going to work around moving your existing core banking systems, your trade finance systems, your lending, your retail business, and all the channels of your existing omni of the banking towards the cloud. Then I'm going to take you towards the ODP facilities and services of clouding and how we can transform your existing workload in ODP. Lastly, I'll go and take you around about the AI and how you can leverage your AI workload within your existing platforms. Let's try to understand banking as a service. Banking as a service is an end-to-end process, ensuring the overall execution of your financial services over the internet. Remember, is on demand. The most important factor here is on demand. So what does on demand mean? When I want to consume it, I should get it immediately. I don't need to go in the whole development life cycle of it. It doesn't require an infrastructure. Today's fintechs coming to ODP, and they immediately spin out their applications, and their applications running on mobile, running on portal, and that's it, as simple as this. They just sign with ODP or any cloud provider, and their services are up and running. The third item is cloud native. Please remember this word, cloud native. Everything is transforming to the cloud. From the legacy application to the cloud native. You like it or you don't like it, it's coming up. We do see slowly, some of the application already announced to be on cloud. And I think most of you are using Office 365. In past, it was enterprise agreement. Right now, it's Office 365. So the end companies, such as Microsoft, VMware, IBM, Google, they're pushing their technologies always to the cloud. Therefore, the cloud native is a very general term, but underlying all the technologies right now which you are enjoying is going to transform over the decade period, hopefully. And most important part, when you're saying I'm banking as a service, you have to be a part of the entire ecosystem. What is the ecosystem? We've been hearing today you want to open with all the verticals, from oil and gas, telecom, banking, insurance, healthcare, any business over the net who wants to consume your banking services, and likewise you want to consume their services. So there's an ecosystem coming up. It's boiling slowly, over the time. Later on, you're going to find millions of services over the internet. You're going to consume the one you would like it. So BFSI, which is Banking, Financial, Insurance Services, is an ecosystem. Start developing over the time, over the cloud. Now I am going to show you also the international, how they have done it. If you look from the cloud, especially from the IBM perspective, Microsoft perspective, Google, and even Huawei have done research, and I'm going to show you how they're consuming their BFI services over the internet. This slide is quite important for you, I guess. This is showing you a comparison if you're doing a classic banking versus agile banking. which is agile, I mean banking as a service. Number one is your your existing infrastructure is running on-prem. But when you come to the agile banking is on cloud. So for example, one of the fintechs came to us almost 2 years back, and they contracted with ODP, and they said, we want our entire workload running on primary data center in DR in less than 3 weeks. 3 weeks, which was issuing and acquiring system of the banking. And here it comes in agile. So they didn't build the data center, they didn't build infrastructure, they didn't build the platforms, they came and immediately start consuming the workload. So on-prem versus cloud. Number two, very, very important, the monolithical applications coming into microservices. All the big applications right now, from the core banking, trade finance, dealing systems, investment application, start coming into a new model as a microservices. So you're breaking the core banking system into a set of modules and set of functions that you can consume these functions. And that development lifecycle is very big here, legacy versus now on agile is financial services workbench platforms. I'm encouraging you to visit IBM site. IBM have built very sophisticated, state-of-art financial services workbench where you can consume and build your complete services and product via orchestrator yourself. You need to be just a product manager, and then you have to certify yourself with these platforms. Integration is very much required in the classic. It's a very long journey. I have to bring the middleware, I have to customize it, I have to integrate with my backend systems, and I have to build my enterprise service bus. But in the new model of agile, no, you don't need it. It's already there. You need just to consume it. You need to compose the services of the orchestration. And here we've been talking, I think today morning you've been hearing about API stack, API. Here is the API, how you can consume these services. Full cloud strategy. Now, here, when you come on-prem, you build full code from A to Z. When you are on agile banking, there's low code. There's no coding. By the way, my talk is going to be a little bit technical, but I assume we are today in the summit of the technology. So if some keywords are really buzz for you, you can catch it up, and later on I can answer it to you. So here, when you go into agile, you are building your codes. But when you come into agile, it's a low code. You're consuming it. And also focus on the application logic on-prem. But when you come on agile, you are focusing completely on your business logic. Development workflow, which is required in the on-prem, perhaps on the agile side, no, you need to augment that kind of processes. It's built on the role base. And here you're consuming the entire roles and functions which is built in the platform. No AI on-prem. Perhaps you have to build it, but if you come to agile, and agile I mean cloud, then it's already there enabled. You just bring your data and consume the algorithm which is required. Collaborations is not there. You have to build it on-prem, but perhaps on agile, on the cloud, it's already built in. It's a feature available. For example, let me give you some kind of an example to make it more simple. Suppose I want to work on a proposal. Now, what happens? There are 5 people or 10 people around. Each one will do some changes and from Word document to another one, so finally you get 100 versions. You don't know which one is correct. When you collaborate, it's one document, and everyone is feeding that document, and that's giving you a complete version control and accuracy of your context. The classic banking, this is very important fact, CapEx plus OpEx. Every bank and any company, because by the way, ODP transformed more than thousands of organizations into cloud for the last 3 years. We were talking about government, oil and gas, telecom, of course banks, insurance, healthcare, logistics, so many companies. All of them need to capitalize their data center, they need to capitalize their infrastructure, they need to capitalize and license and then finally they go also and acquire their applications. But when you come on the cloud, no, you don't need this. You just contract and immediately consume. So there is only OpEx, is subscription versus capitalization OpEx. I will show you later on a slides how much percentage the benefits customer gets from reducing their operating cost, an average from 35 to 70%. Upgrade required manually. You have to do all the time upgrade of your existing hardware, especially tech refresh. Today you've been hearing from Mujahid, he was saying he's getting some challenges from his CEO if he needs to tech refresh his hardware, it's too expensive. Here you don't need. It's agile, it's scalable. You ask on demand the workload which you required. From 2 VMs to 100 VMs, you need Kubernetes. What kind of workload? On demand, you can consume it on the peak time and you reduce it. So your billing goes up and down based on your consumption. And most important, that is manual, and here is, your upgrade is a manual, and here is on role base. So you don't care about that. And on your existing classic environment, if you want to integrate straight-through processing, that's a very big journey. Each of these elements is a challenge right now to maintain yourself, or perhaps you need to consume it from the cloud. So when you come to the agile banking, which I mean cloud banking, here the ecosystem is already built in, is ready. You just need to plug and use it. I'll show you now a slide which came from the big players. I was doing research for the last 2 days for this. I took an example of IBM. I'm trying to see what IBM is doing. IBM have a cloud pack, for example, and they're using IBM Financial Services. What they were saying, if you want to start up a bank or a fintech contract and immediately start consuming your products. There's a big album of services from the retail, corporate, investment, payment systems. You start consuming, and they're giving you a complete orchestrator. You can build your product, or you can consume it as is. Likewise, when I was searching about Microsoft, they have also Microsoft Ignite systems, which is giving you out of the box. Of course, no, I'm just giving an example here. Loan and customer onboarding. We've been hearing today how difficult it was onboarding at the beginning, but in the development life cycle of the banks have taken a year now. But perhaps here you just can immediately consume it. Immediately consume it. Sign and bring your fintechs up and running. Likewise, AWS. AWS injecting a lot of AI in their decisions. During the panel, they were saying 3 major challenges. Number one is microfinancing. The loan process right now is taking very long journey to get approval because it's going from station to station. Imagine if AI, let's say microfinancing, I'm focusing on microfinancing. If the AI is going to take the decisions to say yes or no, and this is implemented in China, so they will look to your pattern of the transaction which you're paying over the last 3 months, 6 months, and they can give you a microfinance. They can give you credit facilities over your loan, for example. And here, the time to acquire the facilities till you get it is less than a minute. Imagine less than a minute. Likewise, AWS. What we have done, ODP, we've been partnering right now with the big players of the core banking system, such as Infosys and Temenos and ACI. We would like to bring their core banking system as a service, hopefully. We're working on that, and hopefully it's going to come throughout the year. And here, all the banks and fintechs can enjoy the facilities using core banking as a service. Now let's talk about digital transformation, how it works. This is the ordinary banks, or any company, let's say. They have their core banking system around all their applications. Let's say trade finance, dealing, BCSB, let's say Oman National Switch, payment gateways, and start integrated by a middleware. And that middleware need to integrate also with third party. Could be government, could be B2B and B2G. So that's fine. That's been working so far is good. But remember, this is a typical model of each organization have to maintain by customizing it and developing it from capital perspective and operating perspective all the time. Any upgrades you have to maintain. What happened over the time? These big applications start breaking down into microservices. Today's world is breaking all the big applications such as core banking. If you look in the core banking, for example, I worked in the bank for 30 years. I've been looking I have crossed 5 core banking systems, from CIF to MISIS, equations, to IMAL, even to Shanghai and Hong Kong systems banks. And it was a big applications with 300, 400 services. Now, any changes is required. It's so complicated to change the line of the code, which is over thousands of line of codes. So what has happened now? They start breaking this into small components and putting it into microservices. So if you see all the below, the bottom image is showing the big applications have been shredded into a microservice on the middle layer, and that can be consumed across your existing application within your infrastructure, or it can be consumed by a third party as well. Sorry. Now, how ODP can help into this? ODP is helping you into 4 layers. 4 layers, for example, if you are a company or a bank, usually they start up with us as a co-location. They have their hardware, and they want to maintain the investment which they have done in their hardware. And maybe they don't have a DR. But what we do, we take their existing workload and give them a colo. Colo, you're enjoying from the data center facilities, from the cooling and mechanical, and surveillance and the rest of the data center facilities, and you start staging immediately your racks and consume the workload which is required. We offer manage with it. Each layer we offer manage. Then after a while, you start taking decision, no, I don't want to buy compute, storage, network, load balancer, firewall, all of this equipment is very, very expensive. By the way, I'm just saying an example, there are hundreds of these technologies around. It's very complex. You need an army of people to maintain all of this. So they say, ODP, please, we don't want now to do any tech refresh. Can we just use your existing infrastructure, the cloud, and jump to the workload? Yes, you're most welcome. And here we transform you from your existing colo into an IaaS or PaaS, which is infrastructure as a service or platform as a service. And cost cutting is tremendous between 30, I told you, starting 30% over to the 70%. And goes further, is platform as a service. There you don't need to buy any perpetual licenses because license is too expensive here, versus you are just doing a subscription. And layer 4, which is new, is microservices. And here, you're going to enjoy the scalability of your applications over the net. And lastly, it goes to your core banking system and other applications. Now, let's see an example. I try to visualize this, how that works. If you see on your right hand, you have your own applications from omnichannel, core bank system, trade finance, whatever. And if you see the top layer, on the top you see the internal is showing you that all the messages start going backward and forward within your existing application. The development of this middleware is very, very expensive and very hectic. Over the time, you have to build it, such as IBM middleware, MQ Broker, or Oracle WebLogic, and other technologies. And we see customers coming in saying, Hassan, please, can you help us to transform? Yes, we do. We are building you a complete API standards stack, which is giving you facilities of integration. We managed to bring, for example, some of these kind of services in Oman, mainly of e-sign. We managed to integrate with the Ministry of Technology in less than 3 weeks, and completely e-sign was up and running. So the bottom one, I need to share my services with my with my partners, such as what account-to-account transfer. Suppose, let's say an oil and gas company doing an LC, and they want to do their own cash flow management, but not from your internet banking. This is the call, not from your existing internet banking. They want to do it from their SAP. They want to do it from their existing CRM. Can they do? Yes, they can do. When you come to the cloud native, these facilities already built in from the day one. Likewise, you want cash management, as I said, LTR, loan processing. LTR, for example, it's a long journey. Right now, I'm honestly speaking, I've been calling this for the last 20 years in my country. The LC processes, letter of credit still is manual, by the way. Now, I do see there's some process start building on blockchain, which is outside the country, of course, industry-wise, but it's not yet in Oman. The letter of credit and LTR, for example, processing It's a long journey. Though we have the well-known technology on the ground, but we're not consuming it effectively. Why? Because we don't have an ecosystem of integration. Therefore, open banking and open system is the key forward. Now here, ODP can facilitate this for you to integrate. Likewise, onboarding, we've been talking about onboarding. That's, thanks God, it's happened now. And cryptocurrency. Everyone knows the ICO, initial coin offering. Banks is doing IPO right now in Oman, not ICO. Okay, we know that. And we know all the banks are very sensitive about the cryptocurrency. Nevertheless, it's a trend going on. You like it or not. So what you have done about it? Here, there are some kind of technologies can help you to sense. And we are injecting here big data and AI that can facilitate for you to see how the cryptocurrency transaction happening in Oman. I had, for example, a project running now, talking about 5 megawatt of cryptocurrency mining. Imagine 5 megawatt of power to run the cryptocurrency mining in Oman. So man, woman, please, you have to wake up. Banks have to do something here. And I do see still this is a big gap, and even not addressed today into our session at all. So we like it or not, I'm from cloud. We have a project running right now, focusing on this. Let's say ODP services. See, let's start as a building block. I said 4 layers: data center, IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. You need a data center today to perform 99.98 at least, innovative in PUE, power utilization effectiveness. Why power utilization effectiveness? Because there's a strategies of the government to zero carbonize the environment. And here ODP is playing major role right now to see a solar system, for example, to reduce the POE, increase the efficiency, and reduce the cost to the customer. We're offering 99.98. We have 3 data centers, and we are building 2 more. So we have reliability. Thanks God for the last decade. ODP is almost 10 years in the service. Never, ever we were out of the service. Our data center is Tier 3 certified and is running at the 99.98. Secured, sustainable, state of art, and we are injecting AI into our data center facilities. The last point is very important. Some of the banks start coming with the big hardware, which is required more than 10 kilowatts. There's no data center in Oman offering 10 kilowatts. But ODP is offering you scalability from 3 to 6 to 10 to 15 to 20 kilowatts. So this is already on board and it's available with us. I want your full focus on this. See, this is the building blocks towards the cloud. If you want to move the cloud, you have to understand the roadmap. What is the cloud and how I can enjoy from the cloud? Number one, if you look on your on-prem, break into four parts. Your data center component, your infrastructure component, your platform component, and finally your application data. So if you look this side, for example, you capitalize and you OpEx, you operating the expenditure is on your head and capitalization is also on your head. Remember, as per the experience, every technology you bring it on board is 2 caps in 3 years' time. So for example, if I did an investment on a technology cost $1 million, that million multiplied by 2 into 3 years. That's the total cost of 3 years is going to be 2x. When you come to cloud, for example, okay, the first milestone, I don't want your equipment, ODP, or even any cloud provider. I have my own hardware. I just want data center facilities. This is ODP's record from our existing customer, more than 1,000 customers. 30% as a cost cutting and 0 capex. 0 capex. Some of the projects of the government, there was, without mentioning the name, they had a plan to build their data center over 9 months. And when I met them and I saw the cost, I told them I'll give you 1/10 of the cost. And in a week, you're up and running. And they start immediately came. And this is now, therefore, our existing data center is full. We are building new one. But that is fine. But now what's happening next? Next, people start giving away their existing hardware. Instead of doing tech refresh, it's too expensive. They start jumping into infrastructure service. They have ultimately what complete assets to operate, serve, let's say 200, 300 VMs. So here you come and you lease 200 or 300 VMs. And here I'm leasing you the workload. When you come to the platform as a service, you don't buy the licenses. You putting a lot of money into license. You subscribe also the licenses. Suppose I went as an enterprise agreement and I have signed with Microsoft 2019, and down the road to 2023 Office came up. I have to, again, what do I have to do? I have to buy it again. But if you're on Office 365, you subscription. You're not buying, you're leasing. Likewise here, from Oracle licenses, Windows licenses, Red Hat licenses, all type of licenses. And last is the software. That's very, very important. Let me give you an example. Suppose you have a company and you have 200 users, 300,000 users, 2,000, some of our customers, 4,500 users. They want an email service. They have two approach. Number one, take from us IaaS and go and bring your licenses from Microsoft, stage it yourself, set it up, and consume it. Second, no, I don't need ODP or any cloud provider, build it for me. So we take the full responsibility building for you. We're offering you software as a service. So we're offering you Exchange as a service, mail as a service. Immediately start consuming it. What about SAP? We're offering also SAP as a service. We're offering you e-sign as a service. We're offering you CRM as a service. We're offering you ERP as a service. Odoo. Odoo is a new ERP model applications which is running very aggressively in the market. Take it as a service. There's tremendous shifts happening towards software as a service. When you come software as a service, the cost cutting is above 50, and some records show 70%. Now, our ODP environments, we have this is exactly what is on the ground now. We have almost 11 stacks. The first one is virtual data center from VMware called Nibola. And it's all built around the latest technology of software defined. Software defined everything from the networking to the storage, to the security, to the data center, to the even applications, to the AI. All of these components have been, these stacks built around the software defined. So you want a high class virtualization environment, you most welcome VMware. You want like less SLA, we're offering also Lagoon. It's cheaper than VDC, which is Nibola. We're calling it Lagoon. We have Nibola Lagoon and Nibola Eagle. So the first one is called Eagle, the second one is called Lagoon. And the SLA is lower, the cost is cheaper. We have Oracle also. We have transformed many organizations from their on-prem to the Oracle OVM as a cloud. We have NVIDIA AI, which is new. And here we're bringing a groundbreaking technology to the Oman to enjoy from your data. You have a lot of data, and how I can utilize this data, how I can power this data. I'm going to show you some of the example, but this platform, which we got it from NVIDIA, is almost now live and running, mainly servicing 10 petaflops. 10 petaflops mean a power of 5 mainframes. Like 2 petaflops is power of 1 mainframe, so we have a power of 5 mainframes running on ground. Oil and gas is hungry about it. Medical, for example, they can use it. And I'll show you a slide about the AI and how you can enjoy the facilities and the functionality of AI. Likewise, we have also from Red Hat stack. We have OpenStack and OpenShift, which is servicing our big customers. We have Kubernetes, because Kubernetes is the way forward to break your monolithic application into microservices. And here, you don't need to purchase or set up, you need just to lease. And we start to see a lot of customers start coming, consuming this. We have public cloud, we have ACI, we have SAP, we have Microsoft Azure, it's already there, we have it already running. And we have Oracle Cloud Infrastructure on board as well. ODP is transforming a couple of governments into an OCI. Now, our data center is right now 3. We have 2 in Muscat and 1 in Doham, and we're building 2 more. The total power of the primary data center, it's up to you. You choose your workload to be in Qom, and second is in Wataya, and third one is in Doham. It's your choice. You want to put your primary workload in Doham and your disasters, for example, in Wataya, It's a 3-trial connection, fiber connection place. It's up to you to choose the one you would like, where to put your primary and where you put your secondary. And some of the implementation we have done active, especially for the telecom. We have done it in active. This is established in 2011. It's been 10 years. We offer managed services, which is knock and sock. We monitor not only the infrastructure and data center, but even we have capabilities to monitor your application. We can ping you saying, listen, your application is being choked. Okay, there's some challenges within your application. We are Tier 3 certified, and we are offering all kind of the workload from infrastructure, platform, software, and Kubernetes. They are, as I said, and finally hybrid also. What is hybrid? Some of the customers, they have their own data center with the primary workload, and they take ODP as a DR, or vice versa. We can do that one also. Now, this is, our album is quite big, honestly, for services. I can't put it all of them, but this is now what we're offering in short. We do BCP anywhere. Let me highlight for the banks, is very important. We have a project now with one of the banks. The ordinary process of business continuity disaster recovery, on a planned date, what you do, you trigger the bus, and everyone goes on assembly point, get into the cars, come to the business continuity location. Each one takes his desk and start working. This is the procedure right now running. This is no more now with ODP. We are offering you, you do your business continuity within your head office, your existing head office. If the primary data center is out of service, your DR is immediately running. No need to do any kind of movement or process of the existing BCP. No, what you need to do, you need to put a plan with ODP called plan and unplan, and we will shift you directly from between your primary workload to the DR, including your branches, including your networks, okay? So we're offering different kind of SaaS software, as I said, SAP, Hosted Exchange, Microsoft SQL. We have serverless also. What is serverless? Serverless, what does it mean? There's no server. If you want to build your application, yes, I want a database, and I want, for example, let's say .NET framework, I want to run my application. We'll spin it out. You don't need to spin out your server. Just spin out your databases and consume immediately your application. And cost-wise, very, very cheap. Today's most of the organization looking how to reduce the cost. Here is the way forward. We are not telling you, our CEO very clearly said, we're not putting the strategy, we execute your strategy. But for some of the project, we assist in building the strategy. Trust me, we assist. And we have migrated a lot of government and even telecom. We did an A to Z project for the telecom, okay? Also, we have Oracle now. We have, as I said, we have Oracle workload, and we're doing managed service of Oracle workload as well. Oracle Cloud Infrastructure is hyperscale, okay? We do a lot of other services from domain registration. But the most important part here, which is I didn't put it as a text, is ODP is doing a complete solution end-to-end. We come and sit with you, gather your requirement, and we do a complete strategy for you to uplift and shift. Therefore, we came this year for 5 years TCO, 5 years total cost ownership. We start doing with the big projects. What we do, we come and sit and look your complete assets and your complete workload, and we cost it, and then after that, we factor it for the next 5 years, how much it is going to be, what if you come to the cloud. The first benchmark was showing yearly 30 to 35% OPEX down, cutting, without CapEx, without tech refresh. Now, let's see, here, what's the message here is, don't spin your mind on the infrastructure and data center and complexity of the data environment, okay, and leave it to the cloud. Focus on your data, focus on your business, focus on your business development. This is what platform we are bringing to you. We're telling you, focus on your data. Your asset is your data. What are you doing with your data? You don't know. here is the challenge. Can I reuse this data today in a way gives me better decisions? Yes, of course. And this is what we are trying to pass the message. I'm going to take you now into AI. Let me give you some understanding what is AI. Honestly, anyone thinks AI is being started now, it's a wrong, or last 2 3 years. No, AI is coined in 1952. What was the purpose of AI? The purpose of AI was to mimic human. What that means, I have an eye, I do see you, I recognize you. Can computer have an eye to see and recognize? Yes, they built computer vision. I talk to you right now. It's a natural language processing. You understand what I am talking. Can I talk to the computer and computer talk to me? Yes, natural language processing subsystems came up. I'm thinking, I have a brain. Can computer have a brain? Of course, not like human, but can, yes. Therefore, it came machine learning, deep learning, because in our brain is a billion, if not trillion, of neural network and neural cell. The same has been built into the computer system for AI. So therefore, what was the reason of AI to come and mimic the human? We do visual perception, yes, computer does. Speech recognition, yes, computer does. AI, I mean. Decision making, yes, computer takes decision. And I gave you an example of microservices from China. The AI is taking decisions to grant the credit or not to the customer based on his transaction patterns. Likewise, transaction between the languages. Imagine if I talk to you now in English and someone is not understanding the English. He wants the speech immediately translated into the Arabic. Yes, there is an AI. There's an application for this. So this is in general what is AI. Why AI came now? Since we are almost 70 years now, 60 years. Why it's coming out? Why is booming now? Because of major 3 reasons. Number one is data growth. That was an idea, but AI is not going to work if there's no AI. AI is deadless if there's no data. AI is hungry, he needs data. Therefore, if data is not there, there's no AI. Number 2, who will generate this data? You need telecom, you need fast speed. Therefore, 5G was a reason of making the infant of AI to grow. So, telecommunication and the growth of the data with the more power of the CPUs, GPUs, TPUs, all of this is being giving revolutions to the AI. So, how I can focus, how I can see that? Now, as I told you, the growth from the CPU, okay, CPU it was initially 286, 386, 486, Pentium, and now today we're talking about Zen processors, and AMD have EPIC, and so many. Now, at least we know the processors development is going so fast, and a lot of races happening between Intel, AMD, and not to mention, which is the third processors, which is set by Apple. It's called ARM. Sorry, ARM. Okay, ARM. ARM now gaining the case. So ARM is picking up. Now 3 types of companies fighting. What is happening now in the world? All your mobiles are ARM processor, by the way. Okay, the ARM processors start coming into the data centers perspective right now. So the Intel is picking the race, but still within the loop of the CPU. When NVIDIA came, they changed the complete landscape. They start introducing graphical processing unit. It started from the gaming, honestly speaking, but now it's in the business. The entire logic of processing of AI is running on NVIDIA because it needs parallel processing. This one is, though it's multi-thread, but still single processing. Multi-threaded, but with the GPU is no, it's a parallel processing. Therefore, they start developing GPU, graphical processing unit. Then they start bringing another processor mainly for AI. It's called TensorFlow processing unit. And therefore, these processors start enhancing the generation and the workload, and more ecosystems coming up on the AI. Aside of big data, which is data has been growing, and then the heart, the smart algorithm. Remember, the smart algorithm is the heart of the AI. what that means. Suppose if I want to take a decision, shall I grant this loan or not? We are talking about banking today. Or I'll give you another example, okay, of the healthcare maybe. From the medical reports, is this patient have a sugar or not? Based on his past pattern, past records, his medical records, this is the algorithm which has been built. Now there's no one sitting and coding this. No. This algorithm is smart. It's learning, it's a learning, machine learning. Machine itself learns. Learns from where? Learns from data. We born an infant, we start learning from where? From the data. What we see, this is a hot, when I touch it, my fingers burn, I learned. Likewise, computers start learning. So machine learning is coming and deep learning coming into the heart of the algorithm. So the more algorithms comes, the more the data comes, the more AI is coming. I was surprised to see, honestly, in 2 years' time, my last reading was 2020, 64 billion. In 1 year, $94 billion investment. And this is the site. It's not from me. Go and check it. See how development is going into the AI. Touching all the layers, all the verticals, from the insurance, healthcare, oil and gas, energy sectors, medical sectors, many laboratories, logistics, everywhere. So AI, I said, it's the future. Remember, take this statement forever. Anywhere there's a computing processing, there's an opportunity of AI. Okay? Remember, again this, but it can be faster and can learn from the experience. Computer learns from the experience. This is the model which ODP is offering. We are offering NVIDIA DGX A100. It's a 10 petaflops. It's offering complete open source environment from Kubernetes. And we're also offering TensorFlow and Kera and all the frameworks which is required in the local market right now. Back to the AI now. Break this into 6 pieces. Number 1, knowledge base and expert systems. Knowledge base and expert system, each one have a different function. AI is sitting in the heart. AI is offering you knowledge base and expert. Give an example. Let me give you an example. Now, you are typing in the Google search about your phrase of the text. You didn't experience this is going to give you the complete phrase by itself. You just type the first 2 words and it's giving you the complete sentence. How you recognize? Another billion of people is doing the same search next to you. Intelligence. Start recognizing your complete phrase and proposing to you. Expert systems. Sitting and taking decisions, yes, go, no go, what if scenario. Machine learning, deep learning, we already said about this. Cognitive system, very important cognitive systems. It senses, it can recognize, it can take a decision. So these are the broken applications right now within the artificial intelligence. And as I said, natural language processing and computer vision is there. Now, Tesla, for example, let's say Tesla. Okay, let's take an example of Tesla. Now, Tesla can drive, self-driving car, right? No driver. How they can see the road? So let's remember, I said computer sees. There's a computer vision, right? Computer vision inside the Tesla with the GPS. You're talking to the computer. This inside the Tesla, people talks to the Tesla. Please take me to this place. So this natural language processing. Tesla have a learning algorithm inside the machine. If some objects is crossed or a car between me and the next car, I have to keep 2 meters. All of these sensors all around start learning, start building the complete model of the driving. This is a very simple example. There are 1,000, if not 1 million of these examples. Please visit NVIDIA site and see all the implemented case. They are free. It's called GCP. NVIDIA GCP, and you can get all of these models there. So artificial intelligence, right now, logically, you can break it into 3 layers. It is machine learning and deep learning. Deep learning is a subset of machine learning, and machine learning is a subset of AI. So in general, all the logic which is built, an algorithm which is built within the AI is made from the data. A real example, let me give you a real example, another one that might facilitate. I was proposing this to the healthcare. You know, when we do MRI, and doctor to sit and scan MRI is required about 5 to 6 hours to diagnose and predict if you have a problem or not. What they did, they took the 2,000 records of this medical and they presented to AI. Trust me, they took 45 seconds and computer managed to sense and find if this is patient have a problem in his knee or any part of his body. So scanning the MRI, 6 hours versus 45 seconds, imagine. Another one, I went to doctor and he gave me a prescription, okay? And I went to the farmer and he gave me the medicine. But that medicine might make a sense. I'm sensitive about that medicine. Now, what AI is doing is sitting genome sequencing. We are running a project for genome sequencing with the government. It will help. It will look your DNA, your genome records will look within your DNA and tell you, don't take this medicine. Oh, lovely. Really, this is what we are looking forward to come, inshallah, with AI. Now, AI use cases. As we've been saying, we are bringing AI for all kinds of workload, from construction to the government, cybersecurity, healthcare, finance, banking, insurance, healthcare, and market, and smart city, all type of workloads, okay? But let's talk about financing only. Let's focus about financing. I cannot open all the chapters at this moment. Now, this is from Huawei. I was trying to find Huawei, what they're doing in the AI. If you look in the middle of the layer, prescription marketing and robo-advisor. They have injected the robo-advisors and prescription marketing inside their processes. On top layer, which is intelligent branches, facial recognition. Wow, lovely. How I can use this, for example. If I go to the ATM, we propose this to one of the banks, okay? If you go to the ATM and you put your card, immediately there's a camera. It can scan your face and tell you, yeah, this card doesn't belong to you. I might give this card to my wife. She's going into transactions and computer immediately recognizes this facial recognition belongs to me, though the PIN was correct, and immediately alerts me. So this is also a facial recognition model, for example. Biometric recognition and intelligence OCR. I have a slide of robo-advisor and RPA and how that can be also used. So this is a model which has been set by Huawei. This slide is from Huawei. And they're injecting in, and they are live and running with this. AI in China has been implemented very well so far. I do see a lot of good examples. As I told you, one of them is microfinancing. This is the second one. It's almost end-to-end banking with the open banks without having a human intention. It's completely running on AI. Our platform is offering you big data. Of course, big data is Hadoop. How much is left? 5 more minutes? So I have to speed then. All right, we are closing to the end. We are offering you big data platforms, and here we can offer you even for relational, non-relational, media data, social media integration, all of this is being available right now. We are also offering virtual labs for AI for our customers. They can consume trial and test with ODP. I have to go fast, forgive me. Fraud detection model, which is already exists on our existing platforms. This is already there with the algorithm. What we're telling you, bring your data and enjoy from this, okay? Chatbot, lovely, I like chatbot, honestly speaking. If I chat with the bank, I say, immediately, Robo is going to answer me, welcome, my loan number so-and-so, what is the status? Is still in the process. I get some responses. I've asked credit card, where is it? So there's no human. Interaction goes into a logical manner, and if there's any suspicious or, for example, an exception is required, it's been sidetracked to the agent. Email. Imagine if I put an AI to read all the emails across my enterprise. Let's say 1,000, 4,000 users, of mails. Who's writing what? Who can read these emails? But AI can sit and read each email from everyone every day and look, what is the context? Are these contexts are in the favor of the bank's, in the company's policy or bank's policy? If not, he's going to alert you. This can be enjoyed. This is very, very important, what's called a service which is available right now. This doesn't belong to the banks, but what I'm saying here, for example, you can put an IoT camera here, and every car, once running with the computer vision, how fast, how millions of cars crossing every day, and can sense and tell you, this plate is running on this road, registration is exceeded, he's not renewed, he have no insurance, this car is been showing in the record white color, but it is red. All the violations which is happening can be captured. The same can be put also for the banks. For example, surveillance. In the banks, all the cameras have been recording into surveillance, storage, and after that, what? Nothing. No one is analyzing. Can anyone tell me now what is happening in their data with the surveillance? How many people have already passed the ATM staying more than 15 minutes or 10 minutes on each ATM? You can't get this. But with the AI, yes, present your data to the AI and it's going to give you this information. Robo-advisor is very good tools. It's going to you based on the transaction pattern and your agent of the services provider, which is call center, what next action is required from the customer to have. If he asking, for example, for extra card, for example, he have a card, he wants his wife to get a card. He's saying, yes, what next action is going to happen, and AI is going to take the load and the process and going to direct you how the customer can acquire the service. And robo-advisors is also very, very important. If I want to do investment, for example, and buying share, selling share, robo-advisor is going to tell you on the pattern of the shares and the company you buy, don't do it, do it. And I do see a lot of young, honestly, people now and new fresh students are using it effectively, but not for the banking, for the cryptocurrencies. I've seen it, honestly speaking, and they are happy about it. RPA, I think no need to talk about it. It's an automation of the process. Computer takes the decisions how to orchestrate and link between the messages. There's a comparison between straight-through processing and robotic processes, but I don't have time. We can share with you these slides, but this is giving you an implementations which is happening right now. This is not theory, this is practical, okay? Here is account opening, reconciliation. Remember, I'm doing reconciliation one-to-one with Nostro, Vostro. If I do reconciliation between my Nostro and Vostro, is one code. If I do between my in-house cash check account versus central banks, is another application. If I do between my accounts and my business partner, imagine the implementation of AI is going to do without codeless. It's just on data. Such an integration and reconciliation happens on fly. Just put the type of the model and prototype this through the orchestrator and then going to run. Well, I will bypass the cybersecurity, but in short, ODP have all the certification of the cybersecurity. We are GDPRS regulator, we have PCI DSS, we are ISO certified, and we are also compliant with all the regulator of Oman. We have 23 projects of cybersecurity. All what service we give, we make sure the security is part of it. Conclusion, we have big partners. ODP have big eco partners, okay? We have NVIDIA, Microsoft, we have VMware, we have Red Hat, we have Oracle, we have a lot of partners, okay? And we invent. We don't just provide, we invent the services. We generate the service. We have a lot of potential opportunities coming for the SaaS. And therefore, we are demanding for the extra powers should come to our customers. And therefore, you have to focus about this. Cloud is coming, You have to put your strategies from now. Thanks to the central bank, I've already announced the framework. It's very clear steps in the framework. The door is open right now. You have to put your strategies, you have to build it, consider your cost and your optimization of the technology in the coming years. Go agile. This is the way of agile. I know I was talking maybe too technical, But this is the language. I don't know if I go to doctor, which language I should talk to him, but this is the language. You have to talk technical. Though I try to simplify it, ultimately the last message, ecosystems of cloud and cloud services is growing, all the layers, not banks. I'm sorry to say, banks are not to the level of other companies. If you see what is happening in oil and gas and telecom particularly, they are fully cloudified. So ecosystem is growing. Find for you a seat and develop your strategy. Thank you very much. I hope that was informative, though it was too fast, too maybe complicated, and I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hassan, for the informative presentation. Our next presenter is Ms. Manahel Jafar, Manager Corporate Services min Mala'a. She has over 15 years of experience within the commercial banking industry, central banking and credit bureau industry. She's well-seasoned credit bureau specialist with exposure to international banking, regulatory frameworks, setting up new projects and credit bureau in specific. She has been a part of the core developing team of the center's operation and has witnessed the growth of the credit bureau services in the Sultanate. The topic for her presentation is Lending in the FinTech Era, a next-generation digital experience. So please, welcome Ms. Manahel.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Manahel Jafar. Thank you for the introduction. I'm the manager of Corporate Services Department at Mala'a. Mala'a, as most of you know, is the newly developed credit bureau in the country. Mala'a's mandate is not limited to credit bureau services. Mala'a also provides data solutions, it provides fintech solutions, and it's a hub to be at the National Data Center for the country. I would like to thank UMS today. I'd like to thank Mala'a for giving me the opportunity to talk today, as Mala'a plays a key role in creating the next generation digital experience. Okay, so we're living in a world where it's become a norm to purchase and order consumer products online. The biggest organizations were born during this environment, and the ones which were not have adapted very quickly. Whether you'd like to order a taxi or order from your favorite restaurant, it's all done over a mobile phone. Statistics show that 32% of our population currently in Oman is under the age of 24 years old, right? That's our Generation Z. So it's becoming clear that our new generation are living through digital channels, and this is no different to their expectations to the banking services. The concept of a branch visit to the branch, paper hard copies are all outdated. The new generation is moving towards expecting to live in a metaverse. It is said that there could be babies which are born today that never leave their room, or their house. They will do everything from their home digitally. So the new generation are expecting to have instant decisions, possibly through digital experiences. I'll give you an example. Recently, my son had gone to the UK for his education. As a old-fashioned parent, I would say. I requested him to open a bank account in one of the conventional banks. He walked into the branch, there were queues, they asked for paperwork, he walked out. He tried the same with another bank. Again, they asked him for multiple paperwork, and he called me up, he said, "Mom, it's not happening. I found a digital bank, I've been able to open my bank account sitting in my room, and I've received my debit card the next day." It was all digitized. Within 2 days, he had a bank account, and it was a digital bank. Statistics show that consumers spend more online through digital experiences. This is good news for the banks. It's good news for the consumers as well. New lines of credit are being introduced that rely on impulse buying, buy now, pay later. And buy now, pay later is a great example of trying to target the consumer on the spot. We are seeing new players and some existing lenders in the buy now, pay later strategies. Some are in Oman, and a lot of them are in the region. An example of this is when a consumer decides to buy a TV, and they imagine it, a nice big TV in their living room. Now, they go to the shop, and if they're able to pick up the TV on the spot, they have an option to pay for it and walk out. That is capitalizing on the impulse of buying. If that same consumer had to go back, do a lot of paperwork, submit papers, and go to the branch, he probably won't even buy the TV. The only way buy now, pay later solutions are going to work is through digital experiences. In the country, we have a drive towards SME lending. Okay, SME lending supports the country's economy highly. We have 95% of our enterprises and establishments which constitute of SMEs. So it's only 5% who are the large corporates in the country. Now, this is a great opportunity for the banks to lend to. The banks are finding it very challenging to lend to these institutions because the lack of data and history that they hold. Moving on, the retiree. That's another segment that is available for banks to venture into. Right now, we have 2.6% of Oman's population who will fall in that category. Within the next 10 years, we will see another 8% of the population will be retired. And due to the existing laws, a lot of young people are retiring today. And these people still have financial needs and require loans. Moving on, we see that these new data sources, like e-wallets and open banking, are creating a platform for additional data. Okay, as mentioned earlier today, it's on the radar for CBO to work on the open banking platform, and this platform is very useful for banks because it's going to provide additional data to support things like SME lending, where they will have information on existing customers to support them, and they will have digital experience behavior to support their lending. Moving on, these trends can bring some challenges to existing lenders, right? So seeing new digital banks, the neobanks, are majorly, they're available across the GCC, and they're majorly owned by incumbent banks. Now, these banks are able to use new technologies. They're siloed away from the bank's legacy systems. It's easier to set up a neobank than for an existing bank to, advance in technology. Earlier today, there was a reference to cost. Now, they were discussing whether how much or how important is it to invest in the cost of technology versus the rate of return that you get, the ROI. There are two components to this. There is that way of looking at it. There's also to think of it that the amount of cost that is going to be saved, right? The saving that's going to be made from introducing this technology. Okay, if we look closer at the slide, we see this is the architecture of the neobanks in the Middle East. Now, if we look closely, we see STC Pay in Saudi. It started as a telco company. Now it's become a neobank. Jingle in the UAE, it started as a payment company. Now it's a neobank. So we see a clear trend of fintech companies, whether telco or payment systems, who are moving towards the digital lending platform. And existing traditional bank customers are likely to shift towards such options in the future. This is setting the scene for the lending challenges for banks. They're categorized in three areas: is the regulation, the banking operation, and data. Some of the challenges we see are streamlining the KYC. The KYC is unable to be streamlined 100%. There's a lot of paperwork required. It's prone to human error. However, there is a possibility, as mentioned by Bank Nizwa earlier today, to introduce the light eKYC. Bank Nizwa have introduced it already. They're opening savings account remotely. So we can slowly start automating this process. In addition to that, the central bank and Mala are working on a light eKYC solution that should be launched later this year. Banking operations have lack technology and expertise. Okay, there's a lot of legacy systems and limited resources for local and overseas IT teams that are not available to set up end-to-end lending processes. Solutions for that can be the loan management system, the loan origination system, the core banking systems, and the applications. Moving forward, if we look at the data challenges that we have, there's a lot of manual data collection of data, which involves a lot of errors. I mean, it's really surprising today. Mala'a has been functional for over a year now. However, a lot of the banks are still collecting credit scores manually and feeding it into their system. So the credit bureau is here, and it provides solutions to connect to your systems and through APIs directly without all the manual intervention. Mala'a are also working together with ROP and other local government agencies to enhance the platforms that are provided. Right now, we're working with ROP and Ministry of Commerce and Industry. In the future, we're looking to partner with several other government agencies which will add to the data sources available to the banks and support their decision-making system there. Okay, so the previous slide showed you the high overview of the bank challenges. This slide will take you through a customer's journey and the stresses experienced in loan origination. If we look at Ahmed, he's a 36-year-old, digitally savvy, fully employed, existing customer of a bank. He's looking for an urgent loan to do home improvements. Right? If we go through the journey, we see initially he goes onto the website to see if he can get a pre-qualified check. His first level frustration that he is unable to know whether he can or cannot actually get a loan. Okay, that's the first level of friction. If we move on to the next few steps, he has to visit the branch. Now, to visit the branch, he has to travel during working hours, take time off, and go to the branch. That's another level of frustration. This can easily be replaced by electronic KYC, right? And if there was an opportunity to have this on an electronic platform, he goes to the branch, he completes the paperwork required, there might be some missing papers, so he will have to make another visit to the branch. That's, again, another level of frustration and time-consuming process. Towards the end of the process, even when he's notified that he's actually got the loan, right, in between he will have, he has no means to check whether his loan has been updated, whether it's, the status of the loan approval. And even when he does get an approval, he has to go in the branch again for a physical signature. All this process can take up to 7 days, so it's very frustrating for Ahmed. Now, if we move on to look at how this journey looks from the back office, right? The back office of a bank. Most of the transaction, the proposal is handled on the front office. Okay, the front office does not do any processing, it all goes to the back office. Now, if we see the loan officer sends the documents off to the credit risk analyst, which moves on to the underwriter, the credit committee, where they possibly decide there are some documents missing, and it all has to go back to the customer again, and they're prone to human error, high cost, and high time. So Oman Vision 2040 supports digitization of the Omani society and the economy. Part of that, part of the solutions over here are to adopt the light eKYC approach where applicable. As we mentioned, eKYC cannot be adopted 100%, but where applicable, we urge all the banks to start adopting it. It's very easy, and Central Bank is working on the platform to give a centralized eKYC solution. Instant and real-time decisioning requires a single system to collect, store, and analyze data sources, right? So introducing automated decision and scoring modules, that's an option that is available for banks and the lenders to utilize to automate and support the society as well. Now, why is it important for banks to embrace fintech solutions? Today, only 12% of the population have access to finance and credit. So there's a lot of room for lenders to grow. Okay, and lenders play a vital role in providing sustainable economic growth to the country, especially to allow the SMEs to grow. Okay, so by embracing fintech solutions and data, we can begin to improve economic growth. And customer centricity is one of the most important factors of any business in today's world. If we think back to the previous slides, we were talking about the back office systems. Loan origination system is one of the key solutions that will support such issues. So the loan origination system can help with the light eKYC. It can support in providing pre-approvals remotely. The loan origination system can streamline internal processes. It can allow systems to connect and talk to each other, reducing paperwork and time-consuming formalities. Then the banks have an option to even opt for the decisioning system, which supports the loan origination system and allowing them to make quicker decisions. It is critical for lenders to realize that digitization is a necessity and a vision for 2040 goal, right? So now we'd like to bring your lending business to the forefront. You can have 4 times lower the cost of your customer acquisition. You can gain operational efficiency by 50%. You can have a turnaround time for your business lines increased by 80%. You can receive a score and approval for your customer in 1 second. You can lower your cost of service by 20 to 70%. And you can have a double-digit lift in revenue growth. All achieving the digitization requires a partnership and collaboration between the Central Bank of Oman the lenders, and Mala'a. Mala'a is here to support with the data and technical solutions to all members. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Manahal, for the insightful presentation. Our next speaker is Ms. Dalal Maghribi, Manager Digital Business Solutions at GBM Oman. She works closely with corporates and organizations across the country to accelerate the digital transformation journey. She leads a team of business consultants, solution architects, and delivery experts to design and implement comprehensive solutions to help clients overcome challenges and achieve newer levels of business performances. She has driven a remarkable growth, introducing the most innovative technologies such as open banking, cloud, business automation, and RPA, analytics, and AI. She will be speaking on the topic, the ongoing rise of open banking. So please welcome.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Hi, everyone. It seems that everyone is complaining about banking today, not only clients and customers, but even Mala'a. So I'm really pleased to be part of this event. I've been part of it for the last couple of years, but not here sitting somewhere there comfortably enjoying the sessions. It's completely different to be on this side, so wish me good luck. $43 billion USD. A lot of money. And this is the expected annual revenue that will be generated by open banking globally in 2026. Means in 2, 3, or 4 years. It's so close. This is a huge amount when we think that this revenue stream, didn't even exist a few years back. So today I'm going to talk about open banking. I'll come later to the definition of this kind of a new concept. But first, let me tell you something. Open banking is a big deal. It's a big deal to governments and regulators. It's a big deal to banks and financial institutions. And it's a big deal for customers, corporate or individuals. And if it will continue growing the way it's doing today, it will be a kind of revolution to the financial sector globally. Some experts compare this to the way internet impacts our lives. Since we're talking about change, I will invite you to spend some time to see first where we are, where we stand today. Definitely the Omani banking has achieved tremendous progress. However, we believe that we still have a lot to do, and there is a long way to go towards the excellence. So I'm a client of one of the banks here. My neighbors, my friends, my colleagues, they are also. We talk from time to time, we share experience. And I'm afraid to say that the feedback is not that great. So a lot of cases, I will share a couple of them. A colleague of mine, he wanted to open an account. It took him 10 days and 4 physical visits to the branch to get it done. He provided, as part of the process, a copy of the ID, a copy of his passport, and a lot of other documents. Now that he wants to open his current account, he was called to visit again the branch, provide the same documents. According to the bank, this is a new process. So, and a lot of questions that, that come to our minds. How our banks are structured? Are they structured around products or around us as customers? And how they are managing our data? I'll move to the second use case, and this is something that I lived. I had an issue with the CDM. It got fixed after I called the call center 3 times, I visited the branch 1 time, and even the HQ. And believe me, each time I had to tell my entire story as if my bank doesn't even know about it. So, how they are managing our complaints, our satisfaction? Do they really care about our time? I'm sure that all of you receive a lot of SMSs. Personally, apart from my transaction notifications and my birthday messages, none of these SMSs is relevant to me. Do my bank know me? They should. They know everything about my electricity bills, my brands, where I travel, where I eat, everything. Why they're not using this? People also, they manage randomly their money. I'm part of this segment of people. I want to invest. I want to get value from my money, secure my future, my kids' education, but I have no time, and I have no knowledge to do. I've been in Oman for the last 3.5 years. My bank didn't even bother to call me 1 time to see if I'm interested to invest or to provide any advice. I'm not that rich, but still, I think I deserve, and all customers deserve better, and they expect more. So we need today innovative, intuitive, data-driven, personalized services tailored to our profiles and to our data. So, and as I said, so innovative, intuitive, tailored, customized, and this is by definition the open banking. So, what is open banking? Open banking is a communication standard. It enables banks to share securely data with third-party providers coming from different sectors like retail, telco, travel, healthcare, name it, and also other banks through what we call APIs. It empowers banks and gives them the possibility to create more innovative services, and it helps them to create also new channels and to monetize data. I want to highlight 3 points here. The first one, open banking, it's not an end or a goal. Open banking is a means to an end. The end of meeting or exceeding the customer satisfaction while optimizing operations. The second point is that we usually use open banking, open data, open finance, open ecosystem interchangeably. However, there is a big difference between all of them. They are kind of ladder, part of a big picture, what we call API economy. But the first step is open banking. The third point that I want to also highlight today is that I'm not really convinced with the definition that I gave, even then I put it here, because it's seen only from one angle, which is the bank's angle. It empowers bank, it gives them possibilities, it's helping them increase revenues and so on. But did banks really want this move? Did they really plan for this move to open banking? I'm not quite sure. But the answer is most probably no. Banks, for centuries, they enjoyed the monopoly on customers' data. It was a vertical relationship, and it's not easy for them to lose that. So the next question, if banks didn't drive this change, who did? My next part will be about drivers of the open banking. So, as I said, who drives open banking? Is it the technology, giving more possibilities and lowering the entry of new players? Is it the new players that we see now coming from other sectors and entering the financial scene? Or probably the customer experience? Or the regulation forcing banks, to adhere to this new concept? I don't have an answer, and probably the answer is not as simple as we think. Kind of the chicken and the egg causality dilemma. It's probably a combination of all of that. Definitely that every of these players did a great job to speed up the move to open banking. Technology, mainly with the open APIs, with the microservices, with the cloud, security. I will not spend time on that. I think Mr. Hassan did already. So, players, fintech, new companies today entering the financial scene, starting, offering similar banking services like banks. For example, Thawani in Oman, we have Apple Wallet, Clio, Mint, all of these. Customers' expectations changed as well. And I think that customers became more and more aware of two important things. The first thing is that data has a great value. The second, data that today banks hold is their own data, not the bank's data. And this is changing the entire game. So clients, probably not all of them, but they're ready today to share their data if they will be able to get a better experience. Definitely regulation, and we see that a lot of all regulators across the world, and of course we see CBO as well, they're changing their role. They're moving from just watchdogs to the financial sector to a real driver to the innovation. Since you're talking about regulation, I'll spend some time with you just explaining how it's going on across the world. I'm presenting this map where you can see, how regulations are progressing, across, the globe. So this map is only showing two things. So just. It's only showing where, the markets where industry initiatives, they are driving the open banking, and where regulation is doing that. What we can see is that still in our region, we have a lot to do, as I mentioned. Bahrain and Saudi Arabia, they are doing great. And hopefully next year we'll have also Oman in a dark blue. The other thing is that, if you can see that most of these regulations enter into force by 2020, 2022. That means that countries, they are more and more aware of the importance of putting in place a framework, and they are working on that so hard. One important point when it comes to regulation, these initiatives, they are different from one country to another. So every country, they initiated, their own. For example, we talk about PSD2, in Europe. We have different regulation in even in UK, in Canada, in other places, and it's different even in the way to standardize the data format, the rules to access APIs and so on. We expect that will be challenging later when it comes to the, opening the market to different players. For example, a company from US, it will be hard for it to go and position their services in Europe because of the regulation. So we expect that all these regulations will tend towards one standard for the entire globe. This is a new representation that I find it very interesting. It's done by Twimbit. Twimbit is a consultancy firm in Singapore. They worked with big names, in the technology, mainly F5, and they presented countries, 22 to 25 countries, based on the maturity of their regulatory initiatives and market initiatives. And if you can see, we have top right, we have the champions quadrant. So I think these are the countries that did great when it comes to both market initiatives. When I say by market initiatives, fintech and banks, at the same time, they managed to work and to put in place an open banking framework. What I'll be sharing next, kind of lesson learned, how they did it, how they managed to be part of these champions. When it comes to regulatory, so I think initiatives, mainly they were early adapters to the open banking initiatives. They managed also to create a partnership with all the fintechs. They didn't exclude, but they managed to keep fintech as part of the ecosystem. They adopted a phased strategy. It's not the one-shot change. And so the phased strategy with a clear timeline. And usually, we saw that for all the countries, they go for multi-phases, every phase for 1 or 2 years. As for the market attributes, so the partnership with innovators, the partnership with fintech, the adoption of API strategies and platforms. It's not only about creating APIs, they also created a kind of marketplace where all the developers, the fintech, the startups, they share, the experience, the models, and the APIs. They did a good progress when it comes to the data monetization, and they deployed sandboxes, giving the possibility to companies to test, try their ideas before offering them as a new product and services. How should banks move? So, in 1994, Bill Gates said, banking is necessary, banks are not. It took us 20 plus years to realize this is completely true. Today, we don't really need our banks as institutions, but we need their services. And we see like there is a trend also physical branches are dying. The top 3 banks in US, they close up to 7% of their branches since 2012. So banks, they have to decide how to move. So now we know the path. So from simple open payments to open banking to the wider concept, which is the open finance and open ecosystem. And banks, they have 2 choices, either to adopt a very defensive approach, just to keep offering basic payment services, with a minimum openness to compliance, or they have to be more aggressive and to lead this change. So they will not be only followers, but they will lead it. What is next? Banks usually, when they start thinking about open banking, we see 2 different tracks. So we see the business track and the technical. And I got a question right now from one of the colleagues. Should they start with the business part or the technical? And it will really depend on customers. We have, for example, a bank here in Oman. They're almost ready on the technical part. They acquired their API platform. They moved to microservices. They are just waiting for the regulation. In parallel, they are also preparing their, the strategy, the models, and everything. And as soon as it's completely regulated, the market in Oman, they will start offering their services. Some others, they start with the strategy. They spend time there, while they prefer to observe what's happening on the market. So we don't have an answer to that, but I think it will depend on banks. So each bank will decide which approach is best for them based on their environment, their challenges. The good thing is that we are here. We can support on both tracks. And as I said, we have already the experience of one of the banks. We can take it an example, and we can start as soon as you want. So that's it for today. I tried to make it very short. I know that everyone is hungry now. Let me know if you have any question. I'll be more than happy to answer. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Ms. Dalal, for the interesting presentation. This brings us to the last presentation of the day, and the speaker is Mr. Shadi Al-Shami, Senior Systems Architect at Cisco. So he's a solution architect at Cisco Systems Oman with 12 years of extensive experience in diverse IT solutions design, implementation, and support across the region. He specialized in financial and oil and gas industries. His presentation topic is full stack observability for building future banking experiences. So please welcome Mr. Shadi on stage.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. When I was preparing my presentation, I was asking myself how many times I have visited my bank's branches since the beginning of the year. And by the way, I have accounts in 2 banks in Oman. And actually, it was a one visit when I wanted to do an international transaction, but it didn't work through the mobile app. So I went to a branch and I filled that 2-page form, which we all hate, to complete a single transaction. After that, the bank employee took the form and he took all the details from the form and put them on the system. And at that time, I was wondering why we couldn't put all those details to the system directly to save everyone's times and efforts. And I told you that I have accounts in 2 banks in Oman, and there is a story behind it actually. My first bank had a couple of outages for several hours where I couldn't use my cards either with point-of-sale machines or to withdraw cash from ATM. And it was my bad luck that twice I was in Carrefour, standing next to the cashier with a full trolley, and I couldn't pay. Usually, I don't carry cash. I have only a thin wallet attached to my phone with the 3 cards. So I had to leave all what I spent 2 hours in collecting, which has forced me the next day to approach another bank and open an account there. I think I'm not the only one who suffered from this. Many of you might have faced similar situation where the service wasn't available, and usually it takes a couple of hours to restore it. We all know the bad impact this leaves to the reputational risk of the banks, which highly affects their revenue. According to IDC and Citel reports, 82% of the customers say the quality as well the level of their digital experience is their deciding factor in the bank. And in 2025, 30% of the electronic consumer to business transaction will be completed in a real time or real time like non-card methods. By 2023, 70% of all consumer and small business loans will happen or will be completed over AI-powered and automated platforms. And mobile applications overtook all the available channels to bank with most of the customers. We live in a time of unprecedented change, where technology impacts almost every aspect in our lives, from the way we live to the way we work and the way we learn. Applications are now the businesses. Applications are now the new branches, where businesses are engaged with their customers as well as drive revenue. Whether a customer is checking a balance, paying a bill, or placing a trade, financial institutions need to provide a seamless user experience to their customer. As a result, businesses are committed more than ever to making their digital experience better, easier, and more engaging for their customer. And this has forced businesses to drive faster innovation cycles, contributing to a world of constant change for IT. For example, a mobile banking app is comprised of a mesh of hundreds of services communicating with each other across a zero-trust, multi-cloud landscape with thousands of unique connections. This app likely spans multiple public clouds, hybrid environments, and multitude of third-party services, all of which should work flawlessly in concert for the customer to build that pay bill button. It's not enough to simply monitor each domain individually. We need complete common visibility across all the teams. Traditional monitoring is still a great tool, but you mainly get a visibility at a domain level, like infrastructure, network, cybersecurity, cloud, or even the databases. Traditional monitoring solutions still have a role to play for some customers. However, they can offer limited visibility into some of the siloed domains that are now becoming more critical to the overall digital experience, like network, infrastructure, databases, etc. By having a full stack observability solution, the issue that customers were seeing in their mobile applications caused by a backend issue was simply identified and resolved in a minute, which used to take hours to be resolved. I'd like to share an example of why seamless application experience are so critical and what goes on behind the scenes to enable them. Muhammad is paying his bills online through his bank's mobile app, as he does every Saturday morning. He has a few minutes to go to get it done before meeting friends for lunch. He's in the app entering each payment at the bill pay page. And to confirm the payment, he taps the Pay Now button. But unfortunately, nothing happens. He taps it again and again, but nothing happens. Now, he's wondering if he might be double paying. And let's zoom out. This is actually happening with thousands of customers trying to pay their bills this morning. And they are getting frustrated and concerned whether their payment happened, whether they have paid twice, etc. Muhammad and many other customers usually quit their mobile application and they decide to go to the nearest ATM machine to withdraw cash because they were uncertain that their mobile or their card payment will work during their lunch. Meanwhile, the bank is seeing bill pay activity dropping off, and it's unclear why it's happening. Is it from the internet service provider? Is it from the internal bank network, their internal security systems, applications, databases, etc.? The app development staff, they keep receiving alerts of an increasingly high errors coming from the applications, from the users not being able to complete the bill pay action or transaction. And they notice that many of the payments keep failing. With Cisco full stack observability solution, the DevOps team now, they can immediately look at the payment submitted transaction and evaluate every step of the trace and is able to identify the backend issue which is caused by a CPU load on one of the clusters, where this cluster has reached its 100% of its CPU utilization. Then the team shut down the application and they increased the resources of that cluster, which resulted to restore the bill pay service again. We have all increased our usage of online bill pay over the past few years. And here is an example of a mobile banking payment app that is like any modern application distributed microservice, and it relies on a third-party services. With Cisco Full Stack Observability Solution, we first observe everything in the stack that impacts the application and the business, whether it is retrieving past due payment, selecting payment option, or payments with multiple accounts. We still can correlate and map out everything in the stack that impacts the user's experience. We also relate business metrics like revenue, conversion, third-party SaaS services, or even user's journey throughout your application. And importantly, we provide actionable insight into business outcomes for select KPIs, like the number of pizzas sold and the delivery times. This allows the teams to see how their complex stack impacts the application, and most importantly, how it impacts the business itself. And with this level of full stack observability with a real-time business context that Cisco provides, the team can prioritize and take actions. For example, to optimize the route of a third-party SaaS payment service and to right-size the tech stack utilization to maximize revenue while keeping the user experience ideal. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Shadi, for the informative presentation. So it was perfect into the deliberation of the new age banking with sharing of diverse views by experts. Hope all of you enjoyed the summit proceedings. We would like to thank our valued partners and sponsors, Oman Banks Association, GBM, Cisco, Bank Nizwa, Suhar International, Ahli Bank, Ahli Islamic, Ta'jir Finance, Oman Data Park, Global ITS, National Life and General Insurance, United Securities, United GCC Fund, U Capital, ESG Integrate, UMS Digital, Alim Al-Iqtisad, OER and OERLive.com for all the support that they give. Please join us now for the lunch. Do remember that after the lunch break, we have lined up a workshop on the topic ESG adoption in PFSI sector. It will be conducted by Mr. Imad Al-Fadil, founder and managing partner of ESG Integrate UAE. Those who are attending the workshop, kindly return back here for this whole, let's say, before 2:30 p.m. And thanks a lot. Again, have a good day, inshallah.